is theory. But what I can say is, what truly I can say comes from my experience. So that's where I'm going to share from, right? I'm not going to try to message using ACIM language, because that's not really who I am. What I am is what I've experienced. So the title of today's talk is based around the absolute. And I just want to check who's new to A Course in Miracles. Who here has heard of level 1 and level 2 with the course? Okay, so that's right. So I should explain it. So in the course, this blue book that we all love and hate, means that there are two types of language. This is mostly a Wapnikian, that there is a world totally one. It is totally perfect. There is no time, no space. Right? This is a world of the absolute, and it speaks of the Christ. This is the perfect pure state that we are, right? That we are already, and through our work with the course, we are trying to rediscover in that sense. And level 2, and so that's level 1 in the language of the course, or what Ken Wapnick call it. Now, level 2 is the relative world, the world that we live in here today as separate egos. We all perceive ourselves as separate beings. And the course, when constantly switches language, right? When it tells you, for example, I am the light of the world, that's lesson 61. That comes from a literal point of view. That's the absolute speaking to you, right? And whenever you hear things in the course that are metaphorical, that paint a figurative picture, like God, a famous example is God weeps for his lost children, right? Of course, his children are not lost. His children are always with him, right? So the sons of God are dreaming a false dream. But the course doesn't speak to you always on the level of level 1, right? Because it realizes that we are identified with this dream, with the relative. We think we are separate egos. And that, in many ways, is why the course is so brilliant. That's why it's so effective in allowing us to touch, right? And here I speak about touching as if it's something to be touched, but we are already that. So, talking about the relative and the absolute is somewhat of a bit of a tricky thing. So please forgive me if I don't describe level 1 in the way you understand it, because all my language, as the course puts it, are symbols of symbols, right? So what has this got to do with my experience, right? I am very fortunate to be interviewing lots of spiritual teachers. And I have met people who I believe embody the absolute. I interviewed Muji, who is a spiritual Advaita teacher. And a lot of, in a sense, Advaita teachers who speak from this point of view, right? And it's not just the speaking that they communicate this truth to people, but it's when you are in that presence, when you listen to those words, you know that there is something there, right? And that, to me, is a very personal thing. That's my experience of it. But to me, that is the absolute. So a lot of this, what I would like to say, is about making it real, right? How do we bring this sense of the absolute, which can be a very far away thing for us when we read the course, when we read things like we are the light of the world. That's a very, very big concept for us, for the ego selves, right? So it's what I like to communicate is my relationship with the absolute, and hopefully that will be some food for you, some food for thought for you. So I want to talk about an experience that I had in a Zen monastery in the south of France in 2006. So at that point in my life, I was very intent on finding answers for spiritual enlightenment. So I was a very goal-oriented person. So how do I find this thing? What is this concept? What is this state called enlightenment? Is it really achievable? Is it attainable for me? Right? As this person who came from very much a scientific, analytical background. I'm Singaporean, and I grew up in a very a-religious background. Right? For me, science was a very big thing, and proving things by theory, and going through experiences myself. So, there were things being communicated in these spiritual texts that seemed very far away. And we all know the story of the Buddha, right? The Buddha, when he awakened, he said, I'm no longer a person, I'm not a god either, I'm just awake. And he saw that this world, this construct of form was a dream, right? So I wanted to, what is that? It sounds good on paper,
a book review,
right?
Of
But is it attainable? So I went out to search for my answers, right? And I will cut a very long story short, but it led me to Buddhism and A Course in Miracles, which I discovered in 2006, more or less. Now, in this Zen monastery of Plum Village, I was very, very focused on this question of enlightenment. So, how do I get it? Was the main question, right? And I, as a very goal-oriented person, I read a lot, and but somewhere in the back of my mind, I also knew that the answer would not be a linear thing. I wouldn't get it by doing step A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I knew the answer was somehow a quantum answer. It was somehow a non-linear answer. It's like one of those lateral thinking questions where the answer is like, it just comes from you at the side. And I was having lunch one day, and suddenly it hit me. The question of how do I become enlightened was inherently my block. Right? Because when you say, how do I become enlightened? The assumption is that you are not. Right? So at that point in time,
it is a self-study course.
I don't know why or what or why it happened, but
just by reading the
I saw very clearly
on your own and doing the exercises,
I was enlightened.
Practicing the exercises.
And that happened in a relatively refined state. It was a Zen monastery. I was doing a lot of meditation. Now, that thought and that remembrance triggered something. And for the 4 days after that, I went into a state that is described by a couple of contemporary spiritual teachers as spiritual enlightenment.
So,
now, I don't claim to be enlightened, but I don't claim not to be enlightened either. Right? I don't know is my answer.
So
I don't know. But what I can say is that for those 4 days, my sense of self was radically not what it is now.
One sees many Christian terms,
such
as Christ.
The concept of I, Ken Bok, was not a solid concept. It was something. It was as if I went.
It all sounds very, very
back. I went back into the pure awareness, the pure observance of things moving. So my lips moving would be an equivalent to your lips moving or that person moving, and my body moving would be the same as that lady moving.
Language of it is certainly Christian.
And
nobody can deny
it was there that I experientially touched that idea of oneness.
The way I am defining
that we are all the same thing. Everything is consciousness.
Christianity.
That car is consciousness. That plant is consciousness. The sky is consciousness. The stars is consciousness. Everything is you.
Telling us
And
for a
that
long time, which is
was something very clear to me in those
the idea
4 days that
Jesus was the Son of God,
came after
special
that
person,
realization.
special entity that died
So
for our sins.
I left
took on
Plum
all of
Village,
his sins
and I dropped
humanity,
out of that
and,
state.
Suddenly we all got scot-free.
And this is
Now,
and I
you know what the course is saying, actually saying.
I struggled a lot.
Is far.
I struggled a lot
far from
after
what
that
the
experience.
church is saying. Now,
because
Bill
I was still
Bedford,
grasping.
the
I was
co-scribe of the
grasping
course,
for the
described
experience that I had
Abraham as
in those 4
Christian
days.
Vedanta.
And that is many ways,
Now,
in many
Vedanta
senses,
is
what
a
I like to
an
talk about,
ancient
which
Hindu
is
text that talks
this
about
grasping
the ideas
for
of,
the spiritual experience.
non-duality,
This
or
grasping for
in Sanskrit,
anything
it's,
is what
Advaita means
blocks you from
non-duality.
enlightenment.
And certainly there have been
Right?
many
And
comparisons to
my present
the
understanding of
Course
enlightenment
and
is that
Buddhism.
it is not
And certainly
a static
many of the
state
ideas
that you attain
in the Course
and that's it.
are very,
You know, you don't attain
very
it and poof
Buddhist-like
out.
and very Hindu-like.
It doesn't work
Now
like that. That's my current understanding
important
of
disclaimer,
enlightenment, is that it's a
because
dynamic.
Borrowed
Thich Nhat
ideas
Hanh,
from
who
these are in
talks
fact
about
very
enlightenment, and he
universal,
says this:
truths
there is no
that,
way to
saying
enlightenment.
that Newton
Enlightenment
discovered
is the way.
The law of gravity. You know, the law
Right.
of gravity was
So,
all along.
Enlightenment, that is becoming lighter. It's becoming
in the same
weighed down,
very
becoming less and less heavy
universal
with.
truth. Exactly.
That's exactly what it
About,
is.
you know, I've been studying around the issue
And
what these truths are. And
I was on the way here
one of the
on
very,
the plane,
very most important ideas of what the
from
Course is
Singapore.
telling us
was
is
just
that
back
the
home for a
world
month,
is an illusion.
and I was watching another
The world
presentation,
is an illusion.
and
world
another
is
spiritual
very much
presentation
like
unrelated to A Course in Miracles,
and that certainly
and
is a very, very
reminded
with
of
Eastern
Joseph Campbell's
Now I'm going to point to two cases.
The Hero's Journey.
This idea
And
of illusion, non-duality, and the dream.
has anybody heard of Joseph Campbell?
Now the very first page of the text.
I know there are a lot of wise people in the audience.
Real can be
So,
threatened.
you know, Joseph Campbell
Nothing
talks
unreal
about
exists.
the hero's journey,
Nothing real
right?
can
So what the
be
hero's
threatened.
journey is
So
a story.
reality.
In fact,
What is
Joseph
reality?
Campbell
Reality
is a
is
famous,
defined in the
a very,
Course.
very artist, and he went through
And that's
all the stories in history, all the myths in history, and he found that there was a very, very similar theme to all of protagonist story, and that's in more or less this: the protagonist, the hero, is called to do something.
Then
You know, he's in his few or to experience
we all
something.
think we are here
After he goes through a lot of challenges, a lot of temptations. He has to face himself. He has to face his inner demons. He goes through a dark night of the soul, the
certainly a very
abyss,
strong idea, I know.
and then he has to return back to where he is. Right. So there is a cycle that goes on here. And in many ways, when I heard what Joseph Campbell was saying, you know, that really struck home for me with this work that we all do with A Course in Miracles, right? And what that is the continual cycling, the continual
so that's a
letting
bit
go
about
of
the
our patterns.
non-duality of it. Now, a very, very
Right.
part about
I just got back from
content of
Singapore,
it is that
where
spiritual,
it was
therapy.
a
Now,
surprising
spiritual because
experience for me,
psychology is very much important,
because
very much in the function
grappled with my judgments towards my father, especially, and his behavior as well. My judgments towards him in general. And this idea of
separate self, the self that thinks it is separate from God.
going through
Not to be
cycles,
confused with the ego of Freud. Freud had many
judgment and
aspects
anger
of the psyche,
toward,
ego,
to the extent where it's
what
visceral,
it's talking
to the
about.
extent where you really know you're in a different place from where you were before.
Now,
What
of
I
course,
had discovered in this last trip
traditional
was something
psychology,
so completely
traditional
surprising to me.
psychotherapy,
I found myself
associated ideas from Freud, such as projection and
in
denial,
a completely different
two very
place
important
from where I was previously. And that was the last time I was back.
I was talking about earlier, which is the
The
idea of non-duality.
ego
So if any
experience
is one
to
big dream,
sabotage us.
then
And it does this
anything
in two
and
ways with
everything,
enlightenment,
must be
very
part of
broadly
the same
speaking.
dreamer, right?
First of
So
all,
the
thinking
criminal
that we
that
are
I
unworthy
accuse,
of enlightenment.
Or
Or do we
guilty
put
one, it's
spiritual
George
teachers
Bush or
on a
whatever.
pedestal, thinking that they
It's
have
part of me as
something that we
well.
don't,
And again,
right? Do we think
another very
that
important
enlightenment,
concept
that attaining
is
an absolute point of view,
forgiveness,
that
not in the traditional sense.
of
Now, this is forgiveness in the
really
sense
seeing
that
things as they are,
part of
which
me,
is
the big self, is actually
definition
George
of
Bush. And I
enlightenment,
forgive
which
George
is
Bush because
being triggered by anything that goes on in the world. Do we think that ultimate, and if not,
so in healing myself,
why not?
I heal.
Right. And the second way that we
I
sabotage
heal
ourselves
the
is we're enlightened when we still have work to do.
Uh,
Right. And that's
in
another
therapy,
big spirit. I've been in both camps so many
it
times.
heals us. It
Right.
heals
And my
the
answer
impurities in the mind,
to all of
in a
this
very
questioning
Buddhist idea
really is,
that
I don't know. I don't know.
true abundance, true
The best
love
thing we can
is
do
our
about enlightenment is
inheritance,
to be
a bit like the sun
is to be
behind
led,
the
is to be
cloud. And
is to be
learn how
completely
heal
open
ourselves
with
and
this.
deal
We
with
can't help
our mental
to, and these are questions that I wish I'd thought about.
they fall away. They are illusions, they are concepts that block the sunlight from passing through, and for us to experience who we really are, which is.
So a large part of it was also, I just want to share a bit more about embodying this.
Now that's a little bit.
After I came back from Plum Village, from that experience, I found myself brutalizing. So I was still clinging on to the fact that I was not my body, even though clearly I still a lot more work to do. Right. So I had to be. I found myself being very harsh, being very aggressive towards my ego, which of course it's constantly beating up the inner child. Right. So a lot of my work, taking care of my ego, was taking care of myself. This is what I would call respecting the relative, jumping ahead of where you think you should be as opposed to where you are. And that's something that's been a huge theme in my life. I turned vegetarian and go vegetarian, but I viewed it, I saw it as a need to respect my body, as a position that I still have a lot. Right. And the more loving I am, the more respectful I am towards my body, my ego. That this work takes years and years. And, that's something that in my life. Here, you see, it's right here.
Helen.
That experience of the absolute is right here.
And she thought she was going crazy.
A lot of this seeking, continual looking for answers,
in a very academic setting, she was a self-professed
the work,
atheist,
the going for
voices
workshops,
in
the
her head,
journaling, the
and
relationships,
they'll kind
all of that.
Just write down.
But in the silence that we just shared, it was there. We all touched it.
Down,
and that
the course was saying, and to
is a really beautiful process to go through.
Story into a few lines.
And that to me is enlightenment. It's about bringing it back to the absolute, bring it back to where we are, bring it back to where we shared it. Yeah.
Now, the author of the course, from my understanding and my...
so I'm wondering if anybody has anything to...
What I think, in my opinion, is Jesus.
To share.
Jesus, now that's certainly...
Shared enlightenment, I'm afraid, but I did have a
why I think as a rational and logical person,
I was very interested in learning more how things.
And I kind of answered the question.
You said you had a lot of judgment towards your father, and when you returned to see how you had progressed to
I've never been to Spain.
And what you might have done and how you would react before, and how you would be responding now.
I grew up in a very cluttered household. My dad has well, I won't go into that, but I grew up in a very cluttered household. Right, so physically cluttered.
Now, in the same way,
and
I know that
clutter. It happened throughout all of my life. I was always fighting for a space that I could call my place at home. So I never really felt at home where I was in Singapore. Now this time, and every time I would go back home to Singapore, I would always be trying to change him, trying to change his behavior, family dynamics.
And when I came across ACIM
and also examining this theme of codependency. Right? As some of you may know, codependency is about controlling others, trying to control things, trying to be responsible for our happiness, which is of course very, very ACIM. But this trip for me was, first of all, I knew I was going to aware. I was aware that I need to prepare myself for this trip. So I actually did a lot of inner work before I went back home. And that was done just through sending love to them, just in loving them in my mind. And I did this for a number of weeks before. And I found myself a lot more conscious.
So that's how I know it's Jesus.
In that I could
talks about
just watch myself more or less
crucifixion.
95% of the time.
It talks about many other things that happen in
my experience
in the first person.
When I was back home,
mind,
which is one of the biggest lessons for me was myself. I was more concerned about my experience, my triggers, rather than being out of my conscious mind and wanting to change things about my family.
I hope you've enjoyed it.
And also having this sense that
and where it came from.
Right. I think this was a very, very, very new experience for me. That I had something wrong with them.
So if you do
problems, I always thought that it was a dysfunctional family. But this time going back home, I saw that this was something. I often take the perspective of us being souls, right? And as a soul, we do our lives. We do script the families that we choose. We script in our life to experience unconditional love, to see if we can find love in those situations. And I saw, if I didn't go experiences, which was a lot of anger, a lot of feeling like a victim, I wouldn't be the person that I am today. I would not have found the cause. I would not have experienced that pain. I needed to go through all of those gut-wrenching, like, why is the world one? That I was the source of all this, right? So this new perspective for me is something I've heard about a lot. Right? We all hear about these intellectual, something that was made real for me during this trip. what I can say to your question is that it changed. I saw things as an opportunity. I did as things being done wrong to me, and being okay with it. Seeing that the world, the family, the society, there are things which are always going wrong. There will always be things that are going wrong with our world, but that's okay. That's always okay. It's always okay because that's the statement of our true reality. What the Course is telling us is that it's a world of separation. It's a world of misery. It's a world of guilt, sin, and fear. Right? So we can't fix it. It's broken. It's broken. We do our best, and how we do that is by continually saying it's okay. I'm just trying my best, and I bring that sense out into the world I inhabit. My brother, my father, all have their own too, and we all have our imperfections. That's all right. Everything is all right, and we thing to do is not to get caught up in the strategizing of how to fix it, to just allow it to infuse into our lives, to be guided with inspiration, with guided action. Yeah.
Did you find that they changed in response to you, your parents? Was it the way you were different with them?
Yeah. So my relationship with my mother as well. So I used to we're very different, right? We inhabit very different worlds, and in many ways, I think she's seen me change, and she's a bit scared. Who is this person that I thought was my son? And now he's talking about these things that, I can't relate with the things that she's interested in with. So, I think a lot of us about bad-mouthing my dad. Right. And I saw very clearly this trip, I couldn't draw the line there. And it was a bit unconscious about before. I had never defined my boundaries. I found that I absorbed a lot of the arguments, a lot of the arguing, a lot of the anger. And this time, I would have none of it. That fight is with them. My interest is my relationship with my mom. I have no business in their relationship. Right? So it's setting very healthy boundaries with that. And my mother loves to talk. She talks a lot, and very nervous when we were not speaking. Right. So where was that connection between mother and son? To me, I had to find it in myself first before I could teach her that it was okay for us to just be together without talking. And that was such a huge thing for her, but I am so, she's been the one that's always been there for me. And that transcends, needing to interact on a bodily level, on a physical level. We're not, we're not really good pals. We don't really hang out together. But there's that bond there. There's a very, very strong bond there. And that doesn't need to be doesn't need to be spoken about so much. That just is something that I feel and she feels. So a lot of the work that I was being silent with her, and being very present with her, and trusting in that, trusting that we're both okay. Yeah, that we're both okay in this experience together. And a lot of it was respect as well. Respect for their journeys, respect for where they were, and not interfering. Because, I think for a lot of us who do this work, we see very clearly where others are in their journey, especially if you've done a lot of work with yourself. And sometimes we give advice that's not warranted or not asked for. And that's not right either. There needs to be a helpful space in where they are with their journeys. And part of that is also knowing that they are okay. It's coming back to the fact that they are too the Christ. They're okay. It's going to unfold as it should be. Yeah.
I think part of your kind of come to it yourself, that you and there's and everything's taking care of itself, regardless of how much you try and control.
Yeah.
It's about just being.
Yes. Ireland. I spoke in Ireland for the conference there 3 months ago, and I tried to lead a walking meditation, not go the way I wanted to at all. And I was trying to manage it, and they were trying to manage it. I was so stressed. I was crazy stressed. I cried. I broke down. And that was like a big crack. It was like a big crack of me wanting to deliver a good product to the audience. I wanted things to go in a certain way. I wanted to give something to them. And there was all this kind of, I needed to be a good speaker. I needed to be a good presenter. And exactly as you say, it was this surrender, just give up, just stop trying to tell people something or try to deliver something. Just be who you are, just be on stage and just tell your truth.
And trust is massive, isn't it, in that surrender?
Yeah. In that, whatever you guys need to hear from me is, I don't need to strategize it. I don't need to overthink it, overplan it. So maybe I'd like to lead you guys in a meditation. And we still have some time, right? What time do we end? 25 minutes left. Okay. Let's do a little meditation. This, I'm going to take a seat. And I find that meditation is to my practice. I find that meditation helps me to stop strategizing. It helps me to stop finding ways to fix things, and to just be in a space where I can have the answers come to me. And and relaxed but alert posture. And just be aware of your body. Just be aware of your body sensations that are going inside of you. There's a lot of activity that's going on inside of your body. Just be aware of that now. And your attention, right? And that's okay. But what we're trying to train the mind, we're trying to train that part of us that has a life of its own. So if your attention wanders off, just return it back to the body and just stay feeling that sensations in your body. It can be, feeling your hand, but just stay in the body. Just allow the mind to stay in the body. Not fixated on the worrying, not fixated on anything else. Just focus on sensation. So now I'm going to introduce some symbols, right? And this symbol is a golden ball of light. This golden ball of light is about 3 inches on top of your head, right? And this symbol is spirit. This symbol is the absolute. And this ball is so intrinsically part of you, right? It's in from who you are. And just be aware of that golden ball of light on top of your head now. And now we're going to do some work, quote unquote. As we are aware of this link that we have with the golden ball of light, we allow all of our present problems, quote unquote, it could be our relationship problems, it could be struggles with money, it could be all of the things that block us from being truly joyful where we are right now in this phase of our journeys. So don't find them, but just allow them to surface, right? And in a sense, send them to this ball of light. And these are gifts to spirit. We are giving up these false idols. And a lot of the success, so to speak, of this work that we're doing now really depends on our faith. What we're doing here is a symbolic exercise. But it actually works. It can work if we trust that this is actually happening. And we just
Welcome to a book review of A Course in Miracles with me, Kenneth, from A Course in Miracles Explained. Now you may be thinking, oh my god, he's going to review A Course in Miracles. Oh, it's a bit like reviewing the Bible or or some other really big text. But do in the next 10 minutes or so. Now, A Course in Miracles in my hand is the third edition from the Foundation for Inner Peace, official publisher of the piece, the third edition in the paperback. Now, it has several parts to it: the preface, the for students, the manual for teachers, the clarification of terms, and the supplements. You're going to find all in one place. And usually when people talk about the course, they're really talking about the main bulk of it comes from the work
And also know
and to a lesser extent the
that you're not alone. That we're
a theoretical foundation for the course. It lays out the ideas in A Course in Miracles,
that
and the workbook for students.
although we
is,
all
like
have
it
our
says, a workbook.
different
There are 365
forms,
lessons to be done once a
different
self-study course.
different types of problems,
Self-study
so to
course,
speak.
and that means that
We
you
know
can do
that the
course
solution is always the
just
same,
by
and we are,
doing is very exciting.
which is
on
giving
your,
up,
in your mind that it's
which is
very much than a dogmatic religious practice.
and in,
There are no centralized bodies.
we allow
Authority
our
in the
healed
course
mind
other than the author of the course, which we'll get
to
to in a
infuse
little
itself.
bit. So, you know, the text in the workbook really are to be used in conjunction when one studies the course. So, content and the style of the course. For a new person opening up the course, one sees many Christian terms such as Christ, Son of God, Atonement, what else? Father. You know, it all sounds very Christian. It's certainly Judeo-Christian language that's being used, and you know, you obviously can be forgiven for thinking that it is a Christian book. Now, the language of it is certainly Christian. Nobody can deny that, but the Christian. Now, bearing in mind that this are different things to people, the way I am defining Christian is in the sense of what people think traditional Christianity is saying. And very much traditional Christianity is what has been telling us for the idea
And just
that
sense that
Jesus
sense of
was
joy now.
the Son of God. You know, he was a very special.
And where that joy
special
comes from
entity,
is just being.
That died.
We are here together in this
took on
room.
all of his sins, and
We are listening to the sounds
and, suddenly we all got stopped
around us.
Now,
And there's just a joy that
saying is far from what the truth.
emerges from just watching.
Now, Bill Thetford, the co-scribe of the ACIM, as the Christian. Now, an ancient Hindu text that talks about the ideas of non-duality. It's
The most simple,
means
the most subtle
and certainly there have been many comparisons.
joy
to
that is.
A Course in Miracles.
Be
And
where we are.
Many of the ideas in the course are very Buddhist-like.
Missing.
Now, that needs a
Life
very
itself.
important disclaimer, because it's not saying that it's from Buddhism or Hinduism. Now, the universal truth is a bit like undiscovered the law of gravity. The law of gravity was there all along, and you know, so in the same way, Buddhism and Hinduism illustrates these ideas. These are very universal. Now, what exactly am I talking about? You know, I've been skirting around the issue. I'm not talking about one of the very most important ideas of what the Course is telling us is that the world is an illusion. The world is an illusion. The world is very much like a dream, and that certainly is a very Buddhist and Hindu Eastern teachings. Now, I'm going to point to two cases where it talks about this idea of illusion, non-duality, and the dream. Now, the very first page of the text says, nothing real can be threatened, exists. Real exists. So what it is talking about is this reality. You know, what is reality? Reality is defined in the Course. True reality is God, and that's the pure non-dualistic state, the state outside of space and time, of objects, of separateness, of consciousness. And what it's saying exists, anything unreal, i.e. not of God or not God, then must be, and that unreality is the world that we live in, the world of separate objects, as I mentioned before. So we all think we are here in this body. I think I'm in this body. I have this T-shirt on. You know, I have this book. We all have separate objects, separate lives, separate entities. We all have labels. All of that. Certainly a very strong idea, I know. But bear with me, and you know, come with me to the workbook now. Lesson 1 says, nothing I see in this room means anything. Again, a very, very Buddhist idea that the world is an illusion. Nothing I see, nothing in this world, in this room. So that's a little bit about the non-duality of it. Now, a very, very part about what I need to tell you about A Course in Miracles and the content of it is that it is a psycho-spiritual therapy. Now, I use psycho-spiritual because psychology is very much important, very much used.
Begin to
of the course in the presentation.
come back up.
Psychology
You may like to
pertains to
anchor this state
you know,
by pressing your index finger and your
works,
thumb together if you like.
How the mind functions,
And just have that as a physical reminder of where you are now.
Ego is obviously the
which is a very
separate self, the self that thinks it is separate from God.
very refined
Not
state, a very
the
pure
ego
state, if you
of
will,
Freud's ego, for example.
that you can
Freud
always
had
go
many,
to.
many aspects. Ego, the ego.
This work that needs,
Sense of self.
and it's done in your mind.
Now, the course combines traditional two very important concepts in the course with the spiritual dimension. And the spiritual dimension is what I was talking about earlier, which is the idea of non-duality. So if anything unreal, dream.
So come back to feeling your body.
Anything, dreamer, right? And I have a huge thing against, you know, I really think he's a bad person, you know, he's the real, the guilty one, you know, it's George Bush or whatever. He's part of me as well. And again, another very important concept of the course is forgiveness.
Everybody
now,
for
forgiveness in the sense
sharing
that
this
part of me, the big
this
self,
time with me.
you know, the one dreamer,
And,
is actually with George Bush because integrate Bush that is in me. So in healing myself, I heal the bigger self, the bigger mind. And again, therapy is because it's therapeutic. It heals us. It heals the impurities in the mind, and again, in this idea that true happiness, true joy, true abundance, true love is our inheritance, like the sun behind the clouds. And it's very hard to expose them to light, fall away.
Out upon the waters, great unknown, your feet may fail.
Now that's a little bit of content and beautifully written. A large majority of the course is written in iambic pentameter, and that was the style in which
Sticker of who is your MC from yesterday, Kenneth Bob,
certainly comes across.
and you're Singaporean.
Again,
And in the winter of 2008 in the south of France, Ken had an experience of oneness which touched him deeply. and proved to him beyond all doubt
Now,
that life is much more than what we can perceive through our five senses.
miracles,
He is the creator, producer,
there are
and
the,
interviewer on his YouTube channel,
let's just talk a little
where
bit
he
about
has
this
interviewed
how it
numerous
came about.
ECIM
Helen
teachers,
Schuckman and
authors,
Bill
and
Thetford were
translators. Studies in London for many years. He has recently started to do intuitive coaching and continues to trust in Spirit to show him the way. So please all, let's give a very warm welcome to
the fighting that was going on with Helen. Has to be a better way of relating to each other. A better way. And lo and behold,
Today
Bill suggested
is not going to be a
better way.
talk. It's going to be a very mindful talk.
Bill
So it's going to be
started hearing
practice.
voices. And
I have
she thought she was
1 hour with you guys
because she was
and
very prestigious,
time for
very
me,
academic setting.
and
She was a
I hope for you as well.
And
Ask
obviously she confided in
Spirit
Bill, and
in a
Bill
way before all of us
um,
in this hour.
just write down what you say,
And
and
what I
Bill
got
did this training
was teach from my
Bill,
experience.
Helen took it down.
That was the message.
It really
So,
convinced huge
what I'm going to teach
minds.
is about
this book was
mindfulness.
Helen started scribing,
Right.
saying, what the
How many of you here have
author
heard
saying,
of this term or practice with mindfulness?
over the
Fantastic.
years,
So,
it's also
you know, mindfulness, as a lot of us know,
now, the author of
is
the
a very
course,
trendy
from my
topic.
understanding and
In
my
Jay's
what I think my
mentioned yesterday.
Jesus. Now Jesus
The
we're not going to
distinguish
fly over
between
people's heads. And let me
trendy
explain to you why I
and
think
what
as
has
a
been
rational
present
and logical
for
person,
thousands
I
and
do
thousands of
think that
years,
the author of
especially in
the
the Buddhist tradition, which I'm going to
and
draw upon today.
I kind of answered the
And
question,
especially
how do you
in
know
ACI's
question is
perhaps a
kind of
bit wary
along the lines of,
practices in
you know,
from other spiritual beliefs,
I've never been to space.
you know, what the course say
clips on
with
television,
what another spirituality or another religious teaching says.
space, it makes sense with gravity.
The practice of mind I have learned from
on the horizon,
have been very helpful to me.
that the Earth is round.
And in my presentation, I hope to feel that mindfulness and forgiveness are some very
observations that I made about
so
what reality of this life is. Now, in the same way, I know that all spiritual masters throughout history are talking about one truth. And bear in mind, there are many ways to get one difference in style and technique. Only one
awareness,
truth that they all spoke about. Now, a big thing for me was the.
It's something actually that's very but it's not
Buddhist the ideas were, and how much
actually that silly.
Um,
Because in our daily lives,
really kind of
in the busy world that we live in, something your awareness
was saying something
right? And this is the reason it's 500,000 words.
And if you look at
we need reminders. All of us need reminders. The intellectual sense of it, but living it.
The Q document doesn't say
right.
that.
We know it's a good idea.
And you also look at Christianity. You can
we
see a
know
lot of
it's
similarities with
but
Buddhism,
do we actually practice this?
with ACI,
and how
and all of
we
the other
reinforce
traditions of the world.
That is the goal
And
of
that's how I know it's Jesus.
the spiritual teacher.
It certainly talks about fiction.
Okay, I'm just going to speak a little bit about this slide first before I go on.
Many other things.
Between stimulus and response,
And in my mind,
in that space is our power to choose our response lies our growth
2,000 years ago, or
those are the words of Viktor Frankl.
Yeshua.
He wrote a book
It's a
called
hypothesis
Man's Search for Meaning.
that holds water.
Do you guys know this book? He was a
long enough
psychologist
I hope you
that
enjoyed
went
it.
through
It's been a very, very
the
brief
Holocaust
overview of what the course
in
is.
the
What it's
concentration
saying.
camp. So this was a man very
Sources
aware
available online to
the,
find out more about the course.
shall we say, internal processes of his mind.
So if you do like this
because of
video,
his
do
training,
check out the description.
and also
I've got lots of other great
was
videos that explain what
undergoing
this is about,
so much
more
physical
about the
stuff.
history, more about the content. And also, if you do
And
like this video,
to me,
do subscribe to my channel.
This
Do
is
leave a comment.
the
So I hope you enjoyed this, and you hope you got something out of this.
for a genuine. Does it translate to us in a way to help us become more? And what he's saying is that as beings, as animals, we are constantly being stimulated, causes us to react instantly. Right? What happens between that is our power response and all of you.
On the world,
And this is exactly what
the great unknown,
being aware of
we feed,
when we choose,
and
why we
there I
choose,
find
how
you
we
in the
react.
mystery, in oceans
Paul
deep.
tells us
My faith
to
will
look
stand
at
on your name
the exact
and keep my eyes
when we choose
above the
our
waves.
reactions,
When oceans rise, my soul will rest in your embrace. I am yours. You are mine. Your grace abounds in deepest water. Sovereign hand, be my your feet may fail, your fear surrounds me. Never fail, not now. So I will call upon your name. Keep my eyes above the waves. When oceans rise, my soul, for I am yours, and you are mine.
Tiny little panel here on both sides of the panel. The silent voice, which I had heard before, explained the situation mentally to me. If you look at the left side, you will be able to read the past, said the voice. Look at the right side, you will be able to read the future. But I hesitated only a moment before rolling up.
Where my trust is without borders. Let me walk upon the waters. You would come. Take me deeper than my feet could ever wander, and my faith would be made stronger in the presence of my Savior. Spirit, lead, trust is without border. Walk upon the water.
So let's just recap. This is a dream that Helen had between
Then my feet could ever
there must be a better way.
and my
There was
faith
a
would be
space
made
1965
stronger. Presence of my
and
Savior. Spirit, lead me where my trust
between
is without
the time
borders.
that
Let me
having
wherever
and
you
this
would
this
call
dream
me.
Helen had.
Take me deeper
This
than and my
and
faith
on the
will
left
be
panel
made
right
stronger
panel
in love my Savior. Spirit, my trust is without
if
borders.
you read
Let me
the
walk wherever you would call me. Deeper than my feet and my faith will walk in the presence of my Savior. Spirit, my trust is with. Let me walk upon wherever you call me. Take me deeper than I could ever want. And my faith will be in the presence of Savior. Spirit, lead me where my trust is. Let me walk upon the water wherever you call me. Take me deeper than my feet could ever wander, and my faith would be made in the presence of my Lord Jesus, my God, I will call your name.
There is an altar.
Keep my
And
eyes away.
and only in this moment
My trust in your
I'm
embrace.
seeing
I
and we
am
train
my
ourselves because of the training that we had. We must retrain ourselves to become a person. And it may sound a bit silly to learn what we already know. But that's how we have to unlearn our learning. It might be good now. I think there was a lot of talk yesterday about thought. And I had so many thoughts of my own. And I must say that my presentation today is similar to what Carrie and Stacey are going to teaching. Because I'm actually going to be leading some meditation here. But basically I want to teach you guys sitting meditation, walking meditation, and Okay. You see, I've half planned this, and I've half unplanned this.
Hello, YouTube audience.
What I really
Welcome
want
to Talk ACIM.
is to
Today we've got
allow
Ken
you
Bach.
to see, I know
Great to have you, Ken.
Me.
that these
Great to
three
meet you.
practices,
You bet. Sure.
and
Well,
that these three
in the
practices
time
are
the
very
interviewer gets
tangible
interviewed,
and you can go home
Indeed.
and you can do them.
so I got a
I know
joke
it's
for you I
basically
heard yesterday.
doing in an ACM conference.
How many paranoids
Right,
does
but
it
you
take
can do them.
to screw in a light bulb?
Mindfulness, in the way that I've learned it from the tradition of Thich Nhat Hanh, who is a Zen Buddhist monk, is so valuable for re-emphasize that the techniques are completely
This could go on forever, you know, with me
Yeah.
thinking.
about breathing.
Okay.
It's about awareness.
One.
Joke
That is
um,
it's a completely scientific
joke of, how many people does it take to screw in a light bulb?
But anyway,
I'm not sure. I think so.
What I really
First is, I don't know, how many people
Oh,
does it, how many paranoids does it take to screw in a
Are you prompting me? I don't know.
completely blown up?
I'm sorry.
Hey,
I don't know. How many?
who wants to know?
How many? How
Who
many,
wants to
dear?
know? That's the joke, see?
Oh, God. Okay.
Well, I understand Americans do have a rather sophisticated
Very good.
Yeah.
But Ken, remember, student means never having to say you're sorry. Well, part of your I got a question that's been on my mind. If a person is psychic abilities, has gifts, are they able to access the Holy Spirit than, us mere mortals?
And I appreciate
It's a bit like X-Men and the whole X-Men. It's an and the answer is I don't know. I do,
but the one of the best.
and I
Why I say this is because it's possible.
I wouldn't describe myself as
You
having
can bring it everywhere.
the extreme spectrum
It's
of,
always good.
of being extremely psychically
And we all
talented.
do it.
But
What is
I
special
am,
about it is
and
that
I've always
it goes
been
on
intuitive my
even
whole
though you're
life.
not aware of it. Right.
From a very early age, I've
When you
I've
bring it into
relied on my sense
awareness,
of intuition or sense of knowing,
you can become in control of it.
which I've used with
Now,
my
you think about that,
my thinking
there are
mind, my
many
rational
bodily
mind,
processes
when it comes
that
to making
you have so
decisions
much
and
control.
my,
you can be
my
in a
life day
state
to day.
where you're just watching.
My relationship with
See, that
spirit
is
has
breathing
been affected
and
with
not being aware of it. There is
my psychic
breathing
abilities,
and being in
and I
control of
do
it,
take
and there's breathing
I do
being
train
aware of it,
my psychic
not being in
abilities,
control of it.
in a structured way. I do go to the College of Psychic Studies here in London, and it is work that I do, which in many ways is from ACIM, but is of course part of the greater development, shall I say, of myself as a spiritual being, which is really the deepening of my relationship with spirit. So I would say yes and no. You know, you can, you know, as the Manifold Teacher says, you know, our psychic powers desire. It really depends, and it also depends on how you define psychic ability. You know, in the most general sense, it's just being able to receive information of the five senses. So clearly, that modality is very much aligned with communication, because you don't have to rely on what is being presented to you for it to be a reality for you. But on the other hand, if you are entities, you're still in a wrapped up in the whole existence of bodies, you know, because even if they're not physical bodies, they're still bodies.
Right.
So it really depends on the fundamentals of where you're coming from. But from my experience and my journey, development of my abilities, increase this relationship with spirit, or you know, made it more. You know, at the College of Psychic Studies, we're involved with dealing with our guides, for example, and I have spiritual, and you know, that relationship in many ways is more specific, just an abstract relationship I have with spirit, you know, which is the most general sense of the word, just a divine force, you know. But my guide has, for instance, I have a guide who is Oriental in nature. He has a specific tune into that I know, can ask him questions, and that relationship is in some ways like a human, and that's something, you know, I guess you could see as a parallel to my relationship, or our relationship with Jesus, you know, because that's a specific thing that, as a body, breathing in, my breath grows deep.
Oops.
I think I lost out.
Yeah, you're back.
My breath. Does that make sense? Goes.
You were talking about and how it was similar to Jesus, the relationship with Jesus. And
well, I'm saying the dynamics of it is similar, because I think, and you know, for this work that I do, it's just a symbol to develop these abilities in any kind of way. You know, it's really up to you. Just in the same way, we don't need to have missed experiences or parent angels visiting us. We don't need that. But of course, and this is an ACIM specific discussion, because it's ACI Talk ACIM. The piece, it's not about psychic abilities, right? But
if psychic ability helps you, if a relationship with Krishna helps you, if a relationship with the church helps you, then by all means do it. You know, it's just something unique to my journey. You know, and I certainly that this is or should be part of anybody else's journey.
Right. Right. And like you say, the guides, it's separation. It's still separation.
Sure. Sure.
Well, some people are born with gift, training. So I wonder if they have easier access to the Holy Spirit. Without training, just naturally more rapport, more a deeper relationship.
No, I would say. Well, this is again the question of, I guess, what is spiritual? You know, I think we tend to fall into this trap of making spirituality a special thing. You know, at the end of the day, there's nothing. And watching TV, all spirit, all. You talk about people having gifts, certainly true, and that I would say, well, this is. I'm just gonna. I would say there's an element of truth there, in that some people are just naturally to the non-physical dimension. But, you know, again, don't saying that if you have, you know, and what is this relationship? You know, it's like Helen Schuckman is the perfect example of this. You know, Helen Schuckman had a relationship with Jesus, and certainly had a close relationship with Jesus, but she still died a grumpy old lady. You know, so at the end of the day, it's do you want inner peace or not? It's not about the relationship. Yes, it is the relationship with spirit, but you know, is that relationship just communication, or is that a real communion? That is the difference, you see.
And the purification. I guess I assume that if you have a special in with the Holy Spirit, that's easier.
Special in. There is no spirit relationship. We ask spirit. There is no hierarchy of illusions here. You know.
So even Helen,
it's just your awareness of it.
Right. So even
and
Helen,
your level of believability that you have.
So even Helen, who had Jesus on speed dial, it still comes down to the willingness.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, like I'm in. I have so many friends now doing the work I do, and it's such a bonus to talk to Nook or you know, other teachers, but it doesn't make a difference. It's still, I mean, you know, I still have to deal with my lessons. You know, we have chosen, and only us can undo it. It's making that decision, and that is the only thing that is relevant with regards to our relationship with spirit, because our relationship with spirit beat of our awareness of it that matters. It's the question of our willingness to look at the choices, the erroneous choices that we've made. Cycle of birth and death, of karma, of guilt, running around the hamster wheel. That is what we have to look at. It's all of these games with thinking that we're not spirit. We have to stop playing those games.
Right. Like to you, how do you practice?
It's a good question.
My mind is stable.
It's evolved. It's really evolved over.
Okay, good.
And
that's when I can look at my fear.
Well, how was it? I'm interested in that evolution. It's.
I don't know
yeah.
what is my fear.
I came to the course via Gary.
Sure.
What arises in the place
That
of
was in some ways quite intellectualized process. I used to repeat my head over and over again and release. And I think I used to do some of these things quite mechanic.
So
I've done a whole variety of things. I'm going to speak about what I do now because that's relevant to me.
We can use
that
these
process
into a space.
Is a very direct.
We can get into that space
now.
However we want. And I'm just saying that this.
I think it's the habit as well.
You can use.
If you do this work and you're really as opposed to you
technique
right and what's up for you when you're getting a run away anymore. You won't be able to as you improve. Almost like a martial art where you just reflective, your you have to look at this stuff. What I do these days when stuff arises for me is especially the hard stuff. For an ACIM conference in Ireland, and I filmed myself. I was one of the speakers there. I found myself my own video as opposed to other people's videos, because still I have trouble looking at myself doing videos. I know it's going to sound unbelievable, but I still have trouble. A lot of feelings of and doing video work is a great way of looking at yourself. You look at yourself speaking about these things that really. For me, I'm dealing with a lot of resistance about being a teacher, and I just had all these thoughts come up and feelings of unworthiness. So immediately I wrote down a whole A4 sheet of paper about all my feelings, and thoughts about myself, and I just wrote them down, uncensored. I don't like the way I look.
Walking meditation.
And all of that, so I just let it all out, let it all rip. And that's one of my favorite practices is writing. And writing how I feel, not writing how I think, because I can think and I can write a whole 5 pages, but
you can't sleep.
It's just that's drip. That's mind dribble. You know, what I'm concerned with is how viscerally it feels for me.
Very
That down, so that
yes, from normal.
as a feeling, you know. So
Walking is
I look at those statements.
so I'm going to
Away those
just
of
walk
guilt.
slowly.
I ask Spirit to take away
When I
those
sound the
feelings
bell,
of
can everybody just
unworthiness,
take
and I
one
ask
step
Spirit to look at
forward?
these things with me.
Relax. So
You know, that's one thing I do.
just be aware.
Another thing I do is
Before you go on, how effective is that?
Slowly. And when thoughts arise, notice them.
I would say it's
Come
quite
back to your
effective.
awareness of your body.
Yeah. Now I've been through several rounds with this stuff. Happens. There does seem to be a shift. You know, I mean, it's effective for me, but obviously, you know, what we're talking about here is a certain type of behavior, right? We're looking at a certain thing in the world, but I do want to emphasize that it doesn't really matter how we do it. It's the willingness with which we do it. It's the sincerity with which we do it. You know, the only way to let go of guilt, there's no other way. You know.
Right.
And
What I want.
I just wanted to mention the other thing I do, which is I just I do meditate quite a lot, and I do lie down and just listen to some meditation music,
And it's
and I do find my work, my forgiveness work, does
right. So it's very hard to have a space where
I have less sensory distraction.
Explain all
So that's when I silent,
it's perfect.
and there's only my mind. And from that space, I guess because of the energy work and the psychic work that I do, I'm quite attuned to how my body is feeling and how the stuff within me,
I have a meditation mat.
and I can sense that. Look at that with Jesus.
So when I'm doing the dishes,
I can look at that with Spirit.
That's practice for me.
You know, for me to describe what that is,
As a practice,
that for me is a direct
when we wash
letting go.
we wash the dishes to wash the dishes. So we're not interested.
Well, I really like that you're talking about taking your experience, your body sense, rather than your reaction to your body sensation. You're not taking your concept to Jesus or the Holy Spirit. You're taking your guts.
To feed back.
No, I mean,
That's how it is for me.
what
That I'm active in my practice.
what was really helpful for me at one point of time was
Is just a bit
I don't know what kind of therapy it is, but it's basically describing how a feeling is. Like, okay, I have a feeling in my chest and it's black,
I remind
and
myself the dedication
it's got a kind of label on it. That helped my body and to help me sense where those blocks were in my body. You know,
meditation.
I do believe, you know, in the world of form, that we do hold in our energy bodies. So that for me is something it's a very important for me, a very important aspect for me, because I feel I'm very much in my mind a lot. At least I used to be in my mind So I could intellectualize the whole. I could go through long periods of time thinking I was doing the work, but I wasn't feeling any better.
I just want to finish off with a little
And so it's a kind of like what's a spiritual bypass, basically.
This is.
But when you get in your body, when you're feeling it, shoulders become relaxed, and you're ease when you cry. I cry a lot these days. I cry much easier than what I used to. It's visceral. I use visceral. I use the word visceral a lot, but it's experiential. It becomes an experience. It's not just
very.
Yeah, like life.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly.
Suffice to say, that I was angry enough to throw
Yeah.
the chair.
No, I'm a big fan of getting in my body, doing a lot of stuff with dance,
So, in the chair,
yoga.
Holiday was just there. I threw
In my life, I'm moving into the heart.
And I threw the chair because it was a
Mind. I'm not denying the intellect. My heart to lead me whatever the next step is. And also, I want to say that I used to also have a huge thing
and I knew I was
of ego or spirit,
right. And so
and I also let that go
we went inside
in many ways.
and
Because
somehow
it was just
I
didn't understand. I didn't know. And what I experience now is that I just allow spirit to dictate the experience for me.
Maybe
In a sense, I sink into life, and whatever emerges out for me, I continuing this process of just allowing spirit to guide the experience for me. That to me has become a much more
I was not afraid.
organic process.
Sure.
And that
Because again, I've been through so many things with my mind, with doing all these exercises that I'm just tired. There's a great sense of tiredness with being in the mind and things. I'm a bit done with doing things. Not in the sense of I'm tired of life. No, I'm not. But I'm just allowing life into life instead of me trying to constantly say, life, you must do this, and trying to be the of my destiny.
Because they have to replace the entire I also have to say that my
allow
circumstances
what I think I want
to show up
to merge with what is the whole or the greater plan for the sonship.
Holy Spirit.
Right, a collaboration.
Holy Spirit, please guide me. So we had a chat.
Because it's the specifics that get us
negotiations.
that keep us in a hamster wheel. Really, it's the specifics. We often think, okay, this is what spirit wants from me. This is I'm good at. And there's all this prioritizing and don't trust your thoughts. I think I've learned, do not trust your and allow spirit to guide your thoughts.
But anyway, the
because
came,
there are
they said, okay, fine.
there is a level of
1250. You know, we know it's an absolute. And I
there can be
was
existence
trying to
without thinking.
negotiate some kind of
It's
situation.
what I want to say.
felt like
I know it's a
I could
weird thing to
prepare
say,
that tab.
but there,
I
Right.
asked for help.
I think, therefore I am ego.
Magically with something. And the hotel staff told me this is not possible because this is our carpet.
And those thoughts are classic seek and not
So
find.
instantly here was another decision for me. Do I want to fight against the hotel management
yeah,
and bring in
absolutely.
insurance
All
people and
ego-driven
lawyers
thoughts
and
ultimately
my
seek
way
and do
or
not
their
find.
way? I went to Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
Holy Spirit said,
Heart.
right thing. So,
Yeah, I guess the heart
and I just
is
said, it's okay, we'll go. So, I had
you know, the heart has its own.
the hotel director or the director of housekeeping. Okay, so we had and all
It's
throughout
when you
all of this time, these 2 days, what I did is that I stood above
get in a space of not knowing,
and I put
you also are.
and I said, Holy Spirit,
It's
I'm in
being
this.
sensitive to
I
life,
know this tear
right? And it's
is a
coming up for you
representation of the tear I have in my. That's why this tear is
moment by
because this tear
and
is the tear I have.
you're also. I mean, for me,
I have
living in the
lived
heart
the situation
is very much
with my
attuned with
with the whole this.
where my joy is leading. Comes from the heart, not from the mind.
Where I am.
So it's always the next step, the next step. This joy is
So I
not
went.
an intellectualized joy in the sense of
I stood on it.
I'll be happy. But this joy,
So I had a chat
the
with
moment.
the hotel manager.
and if I follow that joy also evolves for me.
You know,
that joy is not a joy of duality. It's not a joy of
I know it's my fault,
condition.
and I'm
That joy, peaceful, quiet joy, can be a joy of just being,
the other thing,
which is
well,
not
that
a fantastic joy by
my mother
the world standards,
constantly, you know, she
but
knows my financial
it's
circumstances,
the joy
right?
of
So
just
she wanted to help me. But instantly I knew
being sensitive. Everything feels.
because this is no longer, this is not her, this is my problem. And we stay in trust, in spirit.
Without interpretation, feelings are just feelings.
So the
It's the interpretation that messes us up.
Absolutely.
Okay, so after I had it,
I've also been doing a lot of
I went to Holy Spirit.
well, essentially all we're doing with A Course in Miracles
What
is
number
shadow
should I
work.
tell her? Does she say how much?
And there's a great book by Debbie Ford,
And instantly,
the dark side of the light chasers or
I kept
something.
asking.
Um,
And I don't.
would you rather be a good person
Ask for guidance, and
or
it
a
becomes
whole person,
It
right?
Sure.
tumbles out of you.
And
So we went to the
it's
venue.
what we're talking about. Feelings is allowing ourselves to feel
Gave me a ring.
angry,
How much?
to feel
He said, 500.
annoyed, to feel disappointed, to feel all of these things,
Holy
because
Spirit,
that is having a human experience.
Thank you.
I think denied all of those. So, depression, it's just pushing them down deeper and deeper.
From the director.
Right.
And
I remember I told her that I was
if you want to be
I
a peaceful person, to balance, if you constantly run towards the good, if you run towards
Hello, Mr.
happiness
Bob.
in the sense of
kind of work we do please use the $500.
entertained, or you are just burying the parts of yourself which you want to speak to, that is being disrespected.
And if that story
Right.
does not
So,
prove
being a whole person means being in balance. And it's only through, all of the various sub-personalities that we have. It's that awareness of what your ego is about. Because your ego can act out in so many ways. But it's the awareness, it's the willingness to look at all these aspects. So that is consistency, right? And at the end of the day, it's the consistency to which you apply the perspective or the paradigm of spirit, which is don't judge. Don't judge when you curse at somebody. Don't judge when you feel annoyed. Don't judge when you do something bad. Don't judge when you do a good deed. Don't judge. Don't judge. Just don't. What ACIM is saying is applies to your whole experience, not just some aspects of experience. Also, so many other types of spiritualities, or has a very, very non-discriminating uniform approach to all of the things that combine that is going to allow you to be real peace that will allow you to survive an extreme or go through an extreme experience, like being in a concentration camp, still feeling that joy of being. And that's a pretty extreme example, I know, but it's possible.
Right.
And it's a habit. It's just a habit. There's nothing special about it.
Yeah, how can you never let yourself be angry if you're always fighting?
Exactly. And then we have to stop. We have to allow ourselves to fight first, because you don't want to fight the fighting. You can go on and on and on with this thing, like that happens with a lot of us. It happened to me. So just allow the experience, have the experience first, and then once it's just too much. I think we all know what to do as ACIM students. We all know. But don't forget, you can't do it perfectly either. It's impossible to get it done perfectly every time it comes up. You're not a perfect student. Perfectionism is a strong thing, and that was one of my biggest lessons.
Yeah, I think I heard the definition of a good Course in Miracles student is one that knows that they're not perfect, that they're not a good Course in Miracles student.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, of course, we all know it's the ego that, the ego. This definition of perfection is a losing game. idea of perfection, the real idea of perfection is spirit.
Sure.
Which is whole and complete, existing in its own space. But the world's idea of perfection always changes. Who's perfect is it? Your perfect is not someone else's perfect. So how can perfect match up? There's a sense of absoluteness about it when we go after it in this world. But I think if we deeply look at that idea, you know, your idea of perfection, your own preconceived notion. So it's not perfect either. Yeah. So what is really perfect is your lesson for this moment for all of us. Teaching us what is this bringing up for? That is the fuel for our unfolding. I like to speak about. I do have of speaking about evolution. You know, in the sense of, you know, and especially again in ACIM, the material so well. The minute you're not in line with the metaphysics of the course, it's like, how can you talk about evolution? The spirit, pure and complete, blah, blah, blah. But for me, it's a metaphor, you know, and I'm happy now to use words. Because it gives me great pleasure, and it also allows other egos to understand. Right. It comes from an energy, a sense of being the absolute. You see? So I have a great ego life in front of me. I have a great ego life with me because I'm willing to release my shit and to become more spiritual, in the sense of allowing spirit to take over this life. You know? And that helps me in enjoying it. And if you want to call that an ego life, because, you know, I'm not going to deny having a great ego life just because the Course in Miracles tells me to get rid of my ego. You know,
right.
I'm very happy to be here in this world, to live in the body, to enjoy my body, to enjoy sex, to enjoy food, to enjoy material things, but do it them, not being lost in them, and also not judging them, not judging these material wants and needs. And so I allow myself to experiment. I allow myself to play with the space, you know, and I also allow spirit to infuse.
Absolutely.
Does anybody have any kind of things they want to mention, or is anything arising for anybody?
Charles.
You know, I've been I surround myself with a lot of different spiritual teachings, and TM is good for me, but when you said that, the last thing you said, in a sense, it almost sounds whole to me.
A Course in Miracles with me.
And sometimes my own thoughts and feelings sound blasphemous, but
thinking, oh my God, I'm going to review a Course.
The things you talk about,
the Bible or the Quran or the Bhagavad.
I don't know the words, but
really big text.
The words.
But I'm going to try.
Words get in the way, but it sounds natural and right. What you're talking about,
now,
it sounds whole. You know, it's not fighting. You know, experience. You know, and I have trouble being you know, I'm a type A person, so big perfectionist, even in my own professional work, and not so much incredibly.
Of terms and the supplements. You're gonna
to express that it's not really going anywhere. Just that's
and
my
usually
thoughts.
when people talk about the course, they're really talking about and the quote.
Yeah, I think it's about being authentic, right? It's about learning. I'm not
the text
about this world yet.
Lays out
I'm not. I'm not going to deny that. You know, I'm not going to say I ought to be there, and I'm not there. So I'm going to feel guilty about it. This doesn't make sense for me. I'm letting, but I'm also going to give myself doing that. You know, I'm not going to beat myself up for being unenlightened.
You know, there is no central authority in the course.
Right, evolution is the perfect metaphor because we can only do what's appropriate in our progress.
So let's talk a
little bit. And I like the way you describe your anticipation of good things in the future, because we know where we've been. We've got a pretty good idea where we're going, where we're at.
What else?
Yeah, I mean that's.
It all sounds very, very. Language is being
too attached to it, because there's the attachment to it. You know, there's two levels of it. Say, I mean, all of us have a little bit of money. I mean, whatever money you have, right? Money is a big. We're not saying deny
that, but
about money. We're saying don't be attached to the money. There's a big difference in that.
Christian is the sense.
Feel good about buying things,
and very much,
but do it with the sense that
is what the modern church or the church has been telling us, which is the idea that Jesus was the
praying. I'm gonna
sins. He took on all
look at that. My God, turn that over.
Yeah. And if the craving is too hard, then just with Jesus.
Actually saying,
it's a I don't know who told me this, but it was about smoking. You know, someone used to have a huge, and every time she smoked, she felt guilty. And the next, she finally decided, okay, every time I'm gonna have a smoke, I'm gonna. And
non-duality.
Soon after, she just didn't feel that craving anymore, because it's not about the smoking, the craving. It's about
very Buddhist-like and very Hindu
saying that
Now that
the body has all sorts of different needs. It's the need for food, the need for air, the need for smoke, an orgasm. These are all needs that the body will tell you it needs. But you have to realize that this is just a puppet moving. Right? We gotta look at where the strings are. The strings are in the mind. And if you really allow it to take away,
now what exactly am I talking about? I've been skirting around.
A large variety of experiences are possible in this dream. But it's only the blocks that we have towards having
the world is an illusion. The world
those
is very much like
those experiences.
And very Buddhist and Hindu ideas, if you're familiar with. Now I'm going to put two places where it talks about this idea of illusion, non-duality, and the dream. Now the very first page of
It's been great, Ken.
Nothing unreal
That's
exists.
been a beautiful overview.
Nothing real can be threatened.
Yeah.
True reality is and that's the
trying to formulate what I want to say in my words, and not constantly needing to refer to the metaphysics of ACIM. And what I probably want to finish on is spirit is my teacher, not A Course in Miracles. Spirit, and spirit goes so far beyond A Course in Miracles. It's not about the Course, it's about spirit. The relationship I have with spirit is a very personal one for me. And is to be very authentic with what I am feeling and who I am. And
lesson 1 says
I'm feeling.
In this room means
and
anything. Again,
it's been such a beautiful lesson to let go of that constant tool of ACIM.
So that's a little bit about the
because if we
now very
refer to it and since it's attachment to it, right?
Psycho-spiritual,
at first it was helping you so much. It becomes like this big.
Very much used.
It's a stumbling block because you think you can't do it without the book. Right. So I really want to invite all of us to see, what is your relationship with the book? Maybe leave it on the shelf for a while. Can you do it without the book? Are you using the book, or is the book using you? These are things that all of us should really look at.
Many aspects of the psyche, the super ego.
See it as a course in the Holy Spirit. The Course in Miracles has its curriculum to get you to where the Holy Spirit can take over and teach its curriculum.
Psychotherapy, with the associated ideas from Freud, such as projection and denial.
Yeah.
Two very important.
Absolutely.
With the spiritual dimension and the
that's exactly how I feel. I feel like that's the only purpose of the book, is just to lead you to spirit, and then
anything and everything
wherever it takes, that's it.
Right. So
I feel like I'm but I feel like I've used it. Whatever language you want to put it in, or I've had great suffering. My use of the course,
forgiveness not in the traditional.
Or whatever you want to call it. It's
part
just
of me, the big self.
But yeah, when you tune into spirit, that's
and I forgive George Bush because
it just it feels so natural, and just being authentic with your own experience, it speaks to me. I mean, even though I'm new, and there's this part of me that wants to finish the course and all the lessons perfectly, even though I do them shitty. There are times when I feel like Spirit it's just easier just to listen that way and take the lesson, or I won't do them, because I feel like just listening to myself is the work already. Doesn't mean that I won't do the lesson. Like, lessons can bring me back, and maybe that is through Spirit. It's just accepting the whole, and also being in the part of the community. Sometimes I get involved, and I'm always listening to someone else, and I get caught. So lately I've been trying to listen Spirit-wise, of course, and just be more authentic. And so I really appreciate your words in this. It's because I do feel in alignment with that. Like my course teachers said, ACM is very black and white. It's either you're an illusion, or you're so it could be on you if you take it that way. ACM could. I'm not attacking ACM. It sounds like very black and white.
It is very black and white.
Yeah.
A lot of the time,
I think that black and white nature is to motivate you to forgive.
Sick of all the
just saying, look, it's a lie. It's all forgivable.
A better way of relating.
Yeah.
It has to be a better way.
For me, it was that black and whiteness that broke me out into what feels like the truth for me.
Helen, after
it was the fact that it was so hardcore. Like, those first 10 lessons are that it was just relief. I felt released from a prison. So
very academic setting, she was a self-professed atheist.
For me, that's the value of it, that it really turns the world upside down. And then I can listen to my.
If you don't like it, you can just trash it. So Bill,
because I realized that that's what's true.
And to really condense a huge story, Helen started describing what the course was saying.
It's back to thinking and the difference between thinking and following your heart.
Now, the author of the course.
Well, the way I got to the course actually was that I started having some spiritual experiences to
fly over people's heads.
And when I got to the course, I realized really, really powerful experience that I had had with the way the course describes Jesus perfectly, that I was just like blown away. Oh, this is what I've been looking for.
I don't actually know personally firsthand that the world is round. I've certainly seen eclipses on television. I've seen Earth from space.
Well, let's do our closing, and we can
all other scientific theories with gravity,
put this broadcast to bed.
The curvature of the Earth. I've seen the sun rising on the horizon. Personally, I don't think the Earth is round. It's just that it all makes sense.
Go ahead and make yourself comfortable. Close your eyes.
What reality of this life on this Earth is. Now, in the same way,
fill the room with your awareness.
spiritual masters throughout
Get
history.
a sense of the floor and the walls around.
Which is, obviously a different. But there is
Bring that awareness inside your body.
We all spoke about. Now, a big key for me.
Scan it, looking for any symptom
of Jesus. And I knew for two
just
real
acknowledge
grades, they had to be talking about the same thing. And when I came across ACS, the ideas were.
Watch the rise and
fall. It really kind of put the pieces together.
And as you exhale,
had always suspected something very dramatically different from what the church was saying, as I said before, traditional Christianity was.
Just acknowledge it and let it go.
Certainly, if you look at the Gospels of Thomas or
you're in a room,
or the Q
you're in your body,
as it said,
you're breathing in, you're breathing out.
You also look at Gnosticism.
This is your experience.
Christianity. You're going to see a lot of similarities with Buddhism.
Let it out with a sigh.
And all of the world. So that's how I know it's Jesus.
There is no death.
It certainly talks about
you are not a body. You are free.
Crucifixion. It talks
you are
about
still perfect.
Things that happen in
Take another deeper
era.
breath.
The author of the course is, in fact,
is not choose Holy Spirit. He is always real.
It's a hypothesis that holds water for me.
And
been a long enough video. I hope you've enjoyed it. It's been a very, very brief overview of what
anger is never justified
and where it came from.
Choose again.
There's certainly a lot of other
trust Holy Spirit
online in each of those three.
And another deeper breath.
So if you do like this video, do check out the description. I've got lots of other great videos that explain what Course in Miracles is about. More about the history, more about
Holy Spirit is always available.
Also, if you do like this video,
always present.
To my channel and do leave a comment.
Holy Spirit waits only for your invitation.
Out of this. Bye for now.
Invite Him now. And another. We are one with all creation. Watch the rise and fall of your chest as you breathe. Fill your room with your awareness. And when you're ready,
very good. Thank you so much, Dan.
You're welcome. Thank you, Ken. This is my favorite broadcast.
Wow. I feel so special.
Oh, but you are. Okay, YouTube audience.
It's very nice to meet everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, YouTube audience, go home.
Watch out now, take control. Dropping on the pavement often lingers in your fingertips. Beware of watch out now. The linger winding up inside your head. hopelessness around you in the dead of night. Beware of sadness. Maybe you can picture it will hurt you. What is more? That is not what you are here for. Watch out now, they fill the world. Confusion. Yelling down the sidewalk. You can conquer so far. You will abide. Watch out now, take up your leaders. And take your word, it should not go. While weeping at this age, just won't go. Go and go.
Hi everybody, I'm Kenneth Bok, and we're here in Barcelona, Del Perdón, and with me, Mu Yang, or more affectionately known as Muji. This Congress is really, of course, it's the Congress of Forgiveness, and here we have teachers from A Course in Miracles and teachers from the Vedanta tradition, such as Muji himself. And first of all, Muji, welcome. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
So maybe I'd just like to start with this topic of these two. The way I see it is non-duality and forgiveness. And forgiveness is very much an integral practice of the Course. What we call the Course is the short for A Course in Miracles. And I think it's going to be a very valuable experience, especially for Course students, to hear from and invite a teacher like yourself. So maybe let's just start with forgiveness. What does forgiveness mean to you? What does it represent in the practice of Advaita?
Well, I was open to get my question in and ask you what it means for you, the forgiveness, yes. Because when I first heard, the expression, it obviously was indicating a broader meaning than most people would, on the surface, feel. Forgiveness is, asking for forgiveness for a wrong done or something like that. And normally it is from person to person, or from sometimes a nation also asks forgiveness for another nation or something for acts done in a previous time or even at the current time or something. But when I heard it in the context that it was expressed, it felt, I wanted to hear from you, what is this term? Because you seem to put it, it almost had a kind of epic quality to it. So I think I should ask a question in your course. What does it mean, forgiveness?
I think you're absolutely right in saying that most people think that forgiveness is this almost like I am better than you because you did something wrong, and I forgive you because I'm morally superior than you. And that's maybe for the most part of the world how they view forgiveness. And that's certainly been something that has been ingrained with a lot of religion.
That may be even a bit of a limitation for me.
Okay.
Because I think a lot of people in the Christian domain that I am familiar with growing up, so sometimes forgiveness can be very challenging for them. If it's really authentic. I'm not talking about politically correct forgiveness.
Yeah.
But a forgiveness which is to say, look, you killed my son. And you took away the light from our life. But I'm choosing from my heart to forgive you for this action. So it can be also very challenging for people.
Yeah.
To forgive, like this.
Yeah.
Of course, there's the other thing that you mentioned as well. That can be there too. But I didn't want to leave out that for many people even so. Forgiveness, is kind of like it's a light because it sometimes shows you where you're still, clinging to a deep pain and won't let go of this because you feel you have a right to be angry, you have a right to be sad, you have a right to be unforgiving or something. So on that level, no?
Yeah. Yeah.
But
of course, I paint the extreme of that spectrum. And so I guess what the Course would call true forgiveness, and the Course has two separate definitions of forgiveness. One is forgiveness to destroy, which is the forgiveness in the eyes of the ego, how the ego would want to perceive forgiveness. And the other is true forgiveness, or what the Holy Spirit, the path of the Holy Spirit, the path of Spirit, as we say. And what this true forgiveness is really to see innocence and to deeply realize that there is no separation between individuals. And once you have that paradigm, you see that it's the left hand doing something to the right hand. And something that interaction, maybe like you said, someone has killed my son. When you deeply see that unity of all beings, then you realize that that interaction must have occurred because you wanted to be separate from this individual. And true forgiveness is seeing this construct that you've made and dropping it.
Yeah.
So, first of all, what do you think of this definition of true forgiveness?
Well, actually, I heard this now, that from that place where you say, in the higher consciousness, where it is seen that we are one, maybe we vary in expression, but in essence we are one, oneself. For, as Papaji would say, if the hand puts food in the mouth, should the mouth say thank you to the hand? You see? No, it's one thing. So when life is seen with that unicity of being perspective, then automatically, we don't have to even say, I forgive you for doing this, in a sense. It is immediately understood, spontaneously understood, that it is just, there isn't really an individual doing something to another individual per se, like that, no? That life becomes somehow like the theater room of consciousness, and something is playing out these roles and so on, and that there isn't really a person doing something to another person in the deepest and purest insight. Although we cannot totally dismiss this, depending on how authentic the position we're looking from is. Because if you, inside your heart, really see that there's a unity of being, that there we are really one, you really are that, then you could not survive as you and me survive as me. You understand? If there's really a unity, then where would I see you with any depth of meaning?
Mm-hmm.
You see, there cannot be you and me when we are one. We can say at the superficial level of universal language interaction, we can say, yes, you did this and that, but I'll be sitting inside a larger consciousness in which is already established that there's no reality to you and me as independent, autonomous entities or something like that.
Right, so the paradigm itself changes, the way of seeing changes.
The way of seeing has changed then. The language may continue because we have to interact and we're still in these bodies, and there's still a duality there, a functional duality, but it is not, it causes no injury because we see that the duality itself is a play and expression of unicity, you understand? It is...
Of unity.
Yes, it's like the unity inside the diversity, as you could say like that.
Wow.
Otherwise, we're going to have a lot of hypocrisy. You're going to be a lot of people saying, no, we're one, there's no two, but still, yeah, but you owe me this money, I want that money back, and behind the curtains or something, because they haven't really assimilated that meaning deep inside their being. They may only be saying that because at a conceptual level, at intellectual level, they may say, I agree with that, I see that there's only the truth. But at the expressed, passionate level of living, they're still carrying the sense of individuality very strongly.
So would you say this is almost like being gentle with the other participants in the dream, in still using that?
No, because if you're being gentle, there's still something false about it, because it's still feeling that, I'm not sure if I gathered your meaning exactly. So maybe I give you a bit more space to say than what you...
What I understood from you is that assuming, I feel like I'm going to mind space here, but I'll just say what I'm saying. I feel like what you're saying is, if a being has truly realized this concept of unity, he, still operating in the world, has to express himself with dualistic language.
As is necessary. It's like your life is not coming from your mind. It is like you need absolutely no preparation at all in life. Your life becomes a spontaneous existence.
Right.
So therefore, if I was meeting someone who I've not met before, I wouldn't have to research anything about them. So when I meet them, something automatically meets at the appropriate level. Because the human instrument, when consciousness manifests or plays as humanity and believes strongly in its human identity, it's as though it appears to separate into this entity with autonomy, who have a feeling like, this is my life, this is my private life, and whatever. So that changes.
Right. So that interaction would be spontaneous. It would just flow.
All interactions are spontaneous. Everything is spontaneous. When the ego, the person is not there. Truth is sublimely simple, but the one pursuing truth is very complex.
Why?
Because the whole standpoint of a person is that I make decisions independent of the totality. And that is a massive illusion and delusion also.
But why?
Because consciousness plays on many different levels. One, it can play as intense identity with the body-mind and believe itself to be, I am the body-mind for a while. Everything is for a while. Because if consciousness plays as an individual, it will go for a while until that state becomes unbearable. Then it is compelled into change, to go to a more subtle level in order to bear the weight of existence.
There's a parallel in the Course in Miracles where it says that, well, this is a metaphor, obviously. I mean, I'll stop using obviously. As the Course describes it,
it's a tiny mad idea that appeared in the mind of Christ, that imagined to itself what would it be like for me to go off and play on my own. And that's the genesis of the ego, to think that it can have a separate existence from the mind of God. And like just as you said, there comes a point where I think again in the Course it says tolerance for pain may be high, but it is not without limit. At some point, in every being's existence, there is a point where it is the end of that cycle.
There are other ways into change and transformation, but that is one of them. When your life becomes unbearable at the level that you're living conceptually, because that's where unbearableness really is. I mean, there's physical pain, but we're talking very often about the kind of psychological pain, emotional pain, the pain arising out of egoic projections and thought.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I say, all beings are compelled into change, are compelled to evolve in consciousness.
And I guess I want to bring it here to relationships, because the Course is, the truths that are expressed in the Course are universal truths. That's expressed in Buddhism and Advaita and many of the other great wisdom traditions. But I would say that the Course really excels in the arena of relationships, hence forgiveness. Do you want to just maybe comment on this practice? Do you think it's...
Relationships necessarily function in duality, expressions of duality. And they are part of what I'd call the expression of dynamic consciousness, which I mean a consciousness which manifests as multiplicity, as mind and change and variation and all of this. Then it's part of the dynamic field of life, relationships. We are compelled into relationships. But before any relationship can begin, you must start with the sense of I. That is the first shaped concept you must have. The sense of I must be there before even the concept of you. You derive its meaning from I in relation to I. It's not a word that can live by itself. The sense I must be the primary concept. It's a sense of I being, I am.
And is this I the ego?
Not necessarily. I is a shapeshifter. It has a potential to be I as ego, because God says I am. But the devil also say I am. Also, he can say I am also. Ego says I am. No, they are words, but the word I has different meaning, connotation, depending on who speaks it. Mm-hmm. When Jesus says I am. Mm-hmm. I remember a story that he was speaking with some of the teachers of the law, the Pharisees and Sadducees, or whatever what they were called, from the Sanhedrin of the time. And they were arguing with him, and he said, to tell you the truth, if you knew the truth would set you free. And they were very upset by him saying that. He says, who are you to speak to us like that? We are children of Abraham. Mm-hmm. As though it was enough to be a child of Abraham, descendant of Abraham, to be entitled to be truth or something. And he said to them, if you were true children of Abraham, you would accept me and the words I speak, because your father Abraham spoke of me. And they said, what are you saying? You are a young man, maybe 34 years old at the time. Mm-hmm. And our father Abraham lived, centuries ago. What are you saying? You're greater than Abraham or something? And he said, to tell you the truth, before Abraham was born or conceived, I am. So, there he says I am in that context. He is not referring to the ego, nor even to the body of Christ, but the spirit of truth. All beings have the sense I am, all sentient beings. I am is not something that your parents taught you, but the sense I am is actually our name. I would say it is our name. All beings refer as I. I am. The I, for me, symbolizes consciousness. You see? I, consciousness, am. Am is. I am. No? But also, the egoic sense also say I. And even the most deep delusory state, people still says I am something. So it is the firstborn, it's the first shaped, the sense I. But when I is identified with body-mind, limited to body-mind and conditioning, it arises as egoic individuality. And it's that has to be transcended somehow.
I wanted to ask you about consciousness. If there is consciousness, there must be something to be conscious of. Is there not?
Not necessarily. That's the normal way of thinking about it. I mean, the conversation we are having must necessarily take place in consciousness. The functioning of the senses and the perception of the senses and their functioning is itself inside the greater consciousness. There's conscious of and there's consciousness. Conscious of is the dualistic functioning of consciousness. I'm conscious that we're sitting here, you're here, we're wearing, this clothes or that clothes, we're sitting in a very bright room. That's conscious of. When consciousness can be aware of consciousness only, then something very different.
So would you say that's pure being?
Yes, we are pure being, actually. We are the pure being. But because we have been trained somehow, first of all, to believe that we are just the body, we are the body-mind and our education, our conditioning. That's what gives rise to the secondary identity, the I, me, as a person. I, the person, am. The person is an illusory entity, in fact. What we are is the beingness.
And how does God fit into all of this?
How does all this fit into God? All this fit in.
And once you have that paradigm, you see that it's the left hand doing something to the right hand. And something that interaction, maybe like you said, someone has killed my son. When you deeply see that unity of all beings, then you realize that that interaction must have occurred because you wanted to be separate from this individual. And true forgiveness is seeing this construct that you've made and dropping it.
Yeah.
So, first of all, what do you think of this definition of true forgiveness?
Well, actually, I heard this now, that from that place where you say, in the higher consciousness, where it is seen that we are one, maybe we vary in expression, but in essence we are one, oneself. So therefore, as Papaji would say, if the hand puts food in the mouth, should the mouth say thank you to the hand? You see? No, it's one thing. So when life is seen with that unicity of being perspective, then automatically, we don't have to even say, I forgive you for doing this, in a sense. It is immediately understood, spontaneously understood, that it is just, there isn't really an individual doing something to another individual per se. Like that, no? That life becomes somehow like the theater room of consciousness, and something is playing out these roles and so on. And that there isn't really a person doing something to another person in the deepest and purest insight. Although we cannot totally dismiss this, depending on how authentic the position we're looking from is. Because if you, inside your heart, really see that there's a unity of being, that we are really one, you really are that, then you could not survive as you and me survive as me. You understand? If there's really a unity, then where would I see you with any depth of meaning?
Mm-hmm.
You see, there cannot be you and me when we are one. We can say at the superficial level of universal language interaction, we can say, yes, you did this and that, but that will be sitting inside a larger consciousness in which is already established that there's no reality to you and me as independent, autonomous entities or something like that.
Right, so the paradigm itself changes, the way of seeing changes.
The way of seeing has changed then. The language may continue because we have to interact and we're still in these bodies, and there's still a duality there, a functional duality, but it is not, it causes no injury because we see that the duality itself is a play and expression of unicity, you understand? It is...
Of unity.
Yes, it's like the unity inside the diversity, as you could say like that.
Wow.
Otherwise, we're going to have a lot of hypocrisy. There's going to be a lot of you saying, no, we're one, there's no two, but still, yeah, but you owe me this money, I want my money back, and behind the curtains or something, because they haven't really assimilated that meaning deep inside their being. They may only be saying that because at a conceptual level, at intellectual level, they may say, I agree with that, I see that there's only the truth. But at the expressed, passionate level of living, they're still carrying the sense of individuality very strongly.
So would you say this is almost like being gentle with the other participants in the dream, in still using that?
No, because if you're being gentle, there's still something false about it, because it's still feeling that, I'm not sure if I gathered your meaning exactly. So maybe I give you a bit more space to say than what you...
What I understood from you is that assuming, I feel like I'm going to mind space here, but I'll just say what I'm saying. I feel like what you're saying is, if a being has truly realized this concept of unity, he, still operating in the world, has to express himself with dualistic language.
As is necessary.
Yes.
Because there wouldn't be, it's like your life is not coming from your mind. It is like you need absolutely no preparation at all in life. Your life becomes a spontaneous existence.
Right.
So therefore, if I was meeting someone who I've not met before, I wouldn't have to research anything about them. So when I meet them, something automatically meets at the appropriate level. Because the human instrument, when consciousness manifests or plays as humanity and believes strongly in its human identity, it's as though it appears to separate into this entity with autonomy, who have a feeling like, I decide where I'm going in life. This is my life. This is my private life, and whatever. So that changes.
Right. So that interaction would be spontaneous.
Yes.
It would just flow.
All interactions are spontaneous. Everything is spontaneous. When the ego, the person is not there. Truth is sublimely simple, but the one pursuing truth is very complex.
Why?
Because the whole standpoint of a person is that I make decisions independent of the totality. And that is a massive illusion and delusion also.
But why?
Because consciousness plays on many different levels. One, it can play as intense identity with the body-mind and believe itself to be, I am the body-mind for a while. Everything is for a while. Because if consciousness plays as an individual, it will go for a while until that state becomes unbearable. Then it is compelled into change, to go to a more subtle level in order to bear the weight of existence.
There's a parallel in the Course of Miracles where it says that, this is a metaphor,
obviously, I mean, I'll stop using obviously. As the Course describes it, it's a tiny mad idea that appeared in the mind of Christ, that imagined to itself what would it be like for me to go off and play on my own. And that's the genesis of the ego, to think that it can have a separate existence from the mind of God. And like just as you said, there comes a point where I think again in the Course it says tolerance for pain may be high, but it is not without limit. At some point in every being's existence, there is a point where it is the end of that cycle.
There are other ways into change and transformation, but that is one of them. When your life becomes unbearable at the level that you're living conceptually, because that's where unbearableness really is. I mean, there's physical pain, but we're talking very often about the kind of psychological pain, emotional pain, the pain arising out of egoic projections and thought.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I say, all beings are compelled into change, are compelled to evolve in consciousness.
And I guess I want to bring it here to relationships, because the Course is, the truths that are expressed in the Course are universal truths, as expressed in Buddhism and Advaita and many of the other great wisdom traditions. But I would say that the Course really excels in the arena of relationships, hence forgiveness. Do you want to just maybe comment on this practice? And do you think it's...
Relationships necessarily function in duality, expressions of duality. And they are part of what I call the expression of dynamic consciousness, which I mean the consciousness which manifests as multiplicity, as mind and change and variation and all of this. Then it's part of the dynamic field of life, relationships. We are compelled into relationships. But before any relationship can begin, you must start with the sense of I. That is the first shaped concept you must have. The sense of I must be there before even the concept of you. You derive its meaning from I in relation to I. It's not a word that can live by itself. The sense I must be the primary concept. It's a sense of I being, I am.
And is this I the ego?
Not necessarily. I is a shapeshifter. It has a potential to be I as ego, because God says I am. But the devil also say I am. Also, he can say I am also. Ego says I am. No, they are words, but the word I has different meaning, connotation, depending on who speaks it.
Mm-hmm.
When Jesus says I am.
Mm-hmm.
I remember a story that he was speaking with some of the teachers of the law, the Pharisees and Sadducees, or whatever they were called, from the Sanhedrin of the time. And they were arguing with him, and he said, to tell you the truth, if you knew the truth would set you free. And they were very upset by him saying that. He says, who are you to speak to us like that? We are children of Abraham. As though it was enough to be a child of Abraham, descendant of Abraham, to be entitled to be truth or something. And he said to them, if you were true children of Abraham, you would accept me and the words I speak, because your father Abraham spoke of me. And they said, what are you saying? You are a young man, maybe 34 years old at the time. And our father Abraham lived, centuries ago. What are you saying? You're greater than Abraham or something? And he said, to tell you the truth, before Abraham was born or conceived, I am. So, Darwin says I am in that context. He is not referring to the ego, nor even to the body of Christ. but the spirit of truth. All beings have the sense I am, all sentient beings. The I am is not something that your parents taught you, but the sense I am is actually our name. I would say it is our name. All beings refer as I. I am. The I, for me, symbolizes consciousness. You see? I, consciousness, am. Am is. I am. No? But also, the egoic sense also say I. And even the most deep delusory state, people still says I am something. So it is the firstborn, it's the first shaped, the sense I. But when I is identified with body-mind, limited to body-mind and conditioning, it arises as egoic individuality. And it's that has to be transcended somehow.
I wanted to ask you about consciousness. There is consciousness. There must be something to be.
Not necessarily. That's the normal way. It must necessarily take consciousness. The functioning of this is itself inside the greater consciousness. There's conscious of and there's consciousness. Of is the dualistic functioning of consciousness. That here we're in, we're sitting in a very bright room. That's conscious of. Consciousness only different.
So
yes, we are pure being, actually. We are first of all, to believe that we are just the body. That's what gives rise to the secondary identity, the I, me, as a person. I, the person, am. In fact, what we are is the beingness.
And how does God fit into all of this?
How does all this fit into God? All this fit into God, not God fit into this. Because God is pure consciousness. God is pure consciousness. God is beyond even consciousness, what I would call the field of pure awareness. Everything fits into God. Everything carries the perfume. Everything here you see, when it's cooked down, the DNA of all things you see, and the one who sees it is God.
I guess I want to bring it back to the practical now, because I guess we've been talking about theoretical things.
No, I'm talking about deeply practical things. Everything I'm speaking about is the thing as it is.
Okay.
We may not see that because for me, practicality is only love in action. Truth in action isn't practical. But we can speak in other context of practical things. I don't know what you mean, but let's see.
Yeah, I guess I wanted to ask you, how would you, and I know you don't actually know a lot about Course in Miracles and the groups and much of that philosophy, but I guess I want to bring it back to what is it that can be imparted to the Course community to help them go deeper?
I would say, actually, first of all, I think in the essence, I know very much about the Course in Miracles. In the details and the practice and so on, then that is not so important. I mean, only in as much as the practitioners of that course, if there is within them an urge or longing to discover truth, and not merely to discover truth as a practitioner of the Course in Miracles, because I would see that as a limitation, not the Course in Miracles, or any religious path or any spiritual path. That's fine. But if we are not just dedicated to the costume of our practice, but what you're trying to find is the truth and not just the way of living.
Yeah.
You see? So then that I would draw some highlight towards that to say, if people are open, because if whatever the Course in Miracles is aiming to impart, and Advaita Vedanta is aiming to impart, general Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, anything is aiming to impart or to attain, they are one. I would just put it that it's a question more of speed.
What does that mean?
Speed meaning that some parts may be prescribed for you to complete in another lifetime. I know something like that. Or for a very long time you will practice and then eventually you make it there. So I am just telling you something that is possible today. That would be the difference. Because if you say that truth is infinite, timeless, omnipresent, it must be here now. Then a true practitioner or a seeker of truth must want to find that as soon as possible. It's like we are poor, we're living on the street begging for bread. And someone tells you, you know what, your parents have left you this huge sum of money. And I ask you, how long do you want to wait to get it? You can have it next year, 10 years time, when you grow a beard, whatever it is, when you're married, or today. So some people would want to say, well, actually, I want it today. If it's mine this year, I want it today. Where is it? My attitude is more like that. It's not hurry, but if I'm hungry and the food is, I'm thirsty and water is here, I can drink this now. This is that. No, sensible, wise, pragmatic, practical, use the word. But then it's here. If you say, well, actually, it's here too now, but you can't get it until next week, I want to know why. I want to know why. Therefore, my attitude is like this. It's easy for me to guide you, if you're open, it is, to discover that truth right now. I can show you. But most people will not be able to stay in that because their tendencies are too strong. There's still unfulfilled desires. There's still a loyalty to their thinking and their projections. All these things will weigh you down. And then you'll feel like, I can't sustain. It would be like asking you to sort of pull yourself up with one hand. So they could go up there, but they couldn't stay, so to speak. And yet, the truth is effortless. The self is effortless. So the trouble is not the truth. The trouble is the person. What the person is, what they conceive themselves to be. And where energetically your life is most stable. Energetically, for most people, life is stable in the mode of a person. That's what they have come to believe. Well, this is where it's at. They will return more to that state where they feel comfortable as just being a person, and tomorrow we'll be there, and what are we going to do on Thursday? What are we going to do this? And they live in that mode. But the truth itself is effortless. And you also essentially are effortless because you and truth are the same thing. So if truth is effortful, we must look at where is the disparity, where is what's gone wrong.
I was reading your biography yesterday, and when Papaji told you that, for you to really know truth, you have to disappear.
Yeah.
You got really angry.
Yes.
That really resonated with me because I'm really scared.
I wasn't scared. It wasn't that I was scared. For myself, what happened was that it wasn't like oh, I'm angry for you for saying that. It was like something deeper down. It was like an old anger. It was like, it was an unexpected anger. I had no reason to be angry at Babaji, but something was angry. It was like my devil was angry. You understand? Something inside just got caught. Some place where I was hiding that was still left, something that was still surviving in the dark, in the blind spot of my own seeing, was just caught. Just by his presence even. And it started to, and it became so loud inside, so loud, that I was looking at him and I couldn't actually physically hear what he was saying. Inside my head, feeling all this rage, and it was coming like, oh, you know, you have insulted me and you have exposed me in front of all these people who have become your joke, you know, you're not my master, who do you think you are? So all this rubbish, you know, but it was very strong. And I just wanted to escape to another planet, actually. There was one guy. Yeah. So I left that place very, very, I knew I was waiting for this. I told myself I was waiting for this because this is what I needed to really leave this place. It was enough. This place where Papaji lived is called Lucknow. Lucknow. But for me, man, it was bad luck. Bad luck. I'm going. That's what happened. But it turned out beautifully because I went home. I was very determined to start packing my bags to leave. It was a very hot day. And I felt to go for a walk. I went out into the local center of the town, sat under a tree, fuming. The energy of rage, anger was still inside me. And then somebody came and said hello, who was also in satsang. And then I felt, okay, fine. I go back, pack the clothes and go. And I walked off. And after, you know, maybe 30 meters or so, just this cloud I was walking in just vanished. And it's like everything vanished. Also my identity vanished. I could not find myself.
I'm just reminded of the story of Mara and the Buddha. Mara being the demon that came up during when Buddha was, I think, was the last thing that he faced before his enlightenment. It just feels to me like it's something similar.
I think it goes true for many people like this. It was also in Christ also. He was driven to the wilderness and after the baptism. And all that was left inside that needed to be brought out. The devil manifested. Where did the devil come from? Where did the devil come from? In the big wilderness, where he come from? Out of the potential of Christ he come. The devil's not living in the wilderness. To then put in front of him the remnants of what could catch his mind. And he had to overcome that. He had to transcend that temptations. You cannot be tempted unless you are temptable. That is the greatness of Christ, actually. The greatness of anyone is that what you are is greater than your mind. But you must remember and be one with that. It's only because we forget our true nature while mind has such power. Because the mind cannot exist without you, but you can exist without the mind. The psychological, neurotic mind I'm talking about. The functioning mind is fine. It doesn't leave a bad smell. But the neurotic, psychological, devious mind, you have to transcend. That's what keeps us in the state of duality, negative duality, limitation, fear, all these things. And that we as consciousness trust our mind. Or maybe you even don't trust it even, but you have a relationship with it, and because you still give value to it in that way, rather than giving value to yourself.
I guess I struggle with that, because I guess some part of me still feels that the mind has a use. To me, the concept of spirit being the master and the mind being the servant is important. But here it feels like what we're saying is the mind has to be completely let go of.
The mind itself is the self. Mind also emerge out of the pure. But when the pure imagines itself to be the mind and the body, mind becomes a deceiver. Its role becomes that. Its role comes to test you, because you have descended, actually, into a grosser realm. From the state of pure consciousness, we believe ourselves to be the body-mind and conditioning, which itself is the fall. You understand? Because the mind, this neurotic mind, cannot intimidate the pure self. It can only intimidate the idea we have of who we are. So it's that aspect of the mind that must be transcended. Surprisingly, when it is transcended, meaning its influence is transcended, it changes sides and becomes your servant. But not before. The mind is not your friend, not yet. As long as we have the sense that I'm this person, this is me, this is my life, I'm going here, I'm going there, I do what I want, the mind will ride your back. The mind is not here to be a servant of the ego. And when you don't know yourself, we are functioning as the ego. The mind is here to frustrate the ego. That is the glorious role of the mind.
The mind is here to frustrate the ego.
Yes. I'm talking about in a spiritual sense now. I'm not talking about mind as the ability to create all these beautiful buildings and to create, that's also mind. It's also mind. It's also the self. Mind is also the self. Mind is consciousness. Mind is God also.
Right.
But when God changes in a way to become sort of like to play as a person, then mind also comes down also to play, you see, as that which is in conflict with the person. Playing like a friend, and it's like that. Like the mind will tell you, this person is walking with a limp and you're with your friends, make a joke of this guy, make a joke of the guy. And he goes, oh yeah, hello Limpy, and everybody goes, ha 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 ha. And then the guy is really hurt. And then the mind itself says, you shouldn't have done that. You understand? It plays both plays with you.
Right.
And it is deeply linked to our sense of who we are. When you become clean, mind becomes clean. But it will not go to the door before you.
Bringing it to the level of global consciousness. In what I've seen and what I think is happening on this planet is that there is huge change. At least, change is happening all the time, but there is a period that it really feels like the earth and humanity is waking up to the nature of themselves as one being. Would you comment on current times?
I don't believe it's true. I'm sorry. I want to believe it's true. I don't believe it is true. I believe that more and more with the facilities, such as the World Wide Web or something like this, has a tremendous role to play in the potential for making available and accessible the wisdom of the self. But the internet doesn't work for the internet. It works for the mind of men. So if it is used in a beautiful way, It's used in many different ways, no? It's also used for very corrupt ways, but it also has a potential to be used for beautiful ways. And now these days, for those whose inclination or their temperament is oriented towards spiritual discovery, internet is also facilitating this also, no? And I would say some of what we're sharing today, you would not be able to get on the internet. You would not have been able to do, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. You'd have to go to some place like Tibet or India or some place. And, traditionally, it would take 12 years living in the presence of a master, before you have imbibed enough, absorbed enough to wash the mind clean, or to realize the self. What now is everything becomes very accessible, which is good. I don't know if the proportion of people has changed, that larger numbers because of this would change. I think there's a lot of people who for them, spirituality is still a kind of novelty. It's not yet a portal to truth, to real truth, to conceptual, intellectual grasping or conviction of truth, yes, but to themselves discover that they are the living embodiment of the truth. I don't know how many people like that. It would be great that more and more come into that understanding. And I cannot give numbers. I don't think anybody can give numbers. But it is not enough, I have to say, to simply have a concept of what truth is, to even believe that this is true, to have beautiful feelings that arise out of at least the opening up of the mind and the consciousness. And that is also good. But to be the truth, not be as an action taken, but be as a realization, as an understanding that is established so profoundly that it replaces the ego. I think it's rare.
So you don't buy into this concept of acceleration?
It may well be, and everything I'm doing is to accelerate that. And other beings, wonderful masters in the world, are doing it. They try, but they're compelled to. But I don't want to, because it's not the first time. In my age, more than you, I would have seen it 2 or 3 times, where this global fantasy that, oh, this is going to happen and this is going to happen. The world likes this kind of thing now and again. But it never goes the way that we project. And we will never have an accurate reading of what really is. Nobody, not even a Nostradamus, can tell you these things. And it's better that we don't think we know. Because what we think we know, we completely ruin, in fact. The life is best lived in its natural speed of unfolding. The human mind is all into projecting. It wants to bet on it even. The bookies will start to open up shop about betting about it. But the day when we'll stop betting, you understand? The mind cannot help it. I just don't want to, I don't see any need, any greatness, any truth in trying to create any spiritual fantasy.
Okay.
Why not find out what can be found out now? This is what I'd want to be saying to people. What can you find out today? Because if it takes you 50 years to discover the truth, and that day will be a Wednesday, it will not be a day unlike this moment. I don't see what difference it would make on that moment that you discover. Of course, you can say you will be, by that time you'll be ready, and that is true. I don't not want to force ripen something. The truth, intact, perfect as it is here now. But the person we have become may not be ready to embrace that.
So what about destiny?
It's one of God's beautiful concepts. There's no destiny for the pure self. There's destiny only for the body-mind identity. It is also a concept. We can talk about this, but in the end, it will not help you to discover the truth, except that we don't become obsessed about these things. More important that someone tries to find out what is really true and really who really am I, that which dwells in this body, to realize the full potential of it, not the partial understanding, but to discover and be that.
It just feels so confusing sometimes. It's like the mind is both the canvas and the instrument. And for me, it's just I follow what the Course calls the Holy Spirit, and I, in a sense, surrender to that higher power, because I really feel like it's just hard to navigate this maze, this infinite maze, without.
I want to tell you, you don't have to navigate. You have a small role to play. This is the beauty of this understanding. Nobody can figure out this mighty universe. But the one who knows the self knows it spontaneously. The mind is a very unstable realm, most unstable. Therefore, to plan your route through it, the waters will always be changing. There's a higher way, a purer, more direct way. Much, much, much more. I would not tell anybody go and study your mind except a little bit. Understand a little bit how it is. If I understood this, what this is, then I can understand what everything else in this universe is. I don't have to understand this thing, and this thing, and this thing, and this thing, this thing, this thing, this thing. I don't understand any of this. Nobody can understand it. All that you see, all that you consider to be yourself, is the product and the content of the waking state. In deep sleep, you have no cognition, no perception, no identity, no belief, no religion, no I. And we enter this state with pure grace and surrender. Every human being, even an atheist, Buddhist, all go to the same state. And we love to be in this state where nothing is, not even I is there. But something is here. Something is there, that we really are there. But it itself is not sleep. And when the waking state arises again, then the I again emerges, and when the I again emerges and becomes the me, then the you emerge, and then time emerges, and then other emerge, and then world emerge, job emerge, relationship emerge, belief emerge, all these things emerge. We are also actors inside the waking state and witnesses of it at the same time. If I can get people to come to that place where they transcend the person and become the presence, that will be already a good start. But a lot of resistance is there to move the person into presence. Presence is the sense that I am, the intuitive sense of being. When that is not identified with any other concept or intention. The perfume arising out of that isolation is peace and joy, light, love, fearlessness. It is the godly state, the godly principle, in form, in manifestation. But there's a stage beyond this one. And I don't want to talk about it until one comes at least to that state, the state I am, the unmixed state of I am, not contaminated with identity and memory and projections, attachments, and so on. Because these energies, they stifle the spontaneity of being. When we identify ourselves as merely a person, it is a severe limitation of consciousness. The person is also consciousness, but it is a limited expression of consciousness. On every level of consciousness, even the very limited level of consciousness, there's joy and there is affinity there. This is why the beings can stay there for quite a long time, because the juice of consciousness is there and the vital force. Sometimes I wonder if it was only a dewdrop of it there, the aspiration would be greater to come out of it. Because even demons enjoy their existence.
What about freedom? Is freedom then an impulse?
Is freedom then a what?
Is freedom then an impulse, almost like a force for the self?
While we are in the dreaming state, freedom, the impulse, the concept of freedom must come, because it becomes the it becomes the driving force that is necessary in order to leave the state of bondage to the body. There must be the aspiration for freedom. Ultimately, even this aspiration will fall away. Because freedom is natural to us. It's our natural state, awakened state, when we are free from the hypnosis of conditioning and identity. But while we have that identity, then the aspiration for freedom must be there. Otherwise, a human being is as good as dead without aspiration. For a while, the aspiration for freedom puts on different garments. It could be an aspiration to succeed in life, to get married, and so on. It's all aspiration for freedom, for liberation, when the being cannot see that directly. It will try and portray freedom through a relationship or through, you understand, through healthy living or something like this, because it cannot embrace the pureness of this freedom beyond even the concept of freedom. It's not. We don't realize that that is our self, is that. That yourself is love, yourself is freedom, yourself is joy, yourself is infinite. To a human being, they are confused to hear these terms. What the hell are you talking about? You know, my life is just from day to day, I'm living from hand to mouth. They cannot understand that yet. And yet that is the deepest truth.
But do you not think then the human being attaches all these things to itself in order to experience that letting go?
I say myself that consciousness creates a problem in order to experience transcending it.
Yeah.
Not the human being. The human being itself is the expression of consciousness. The human being is not the controller of consciousness. We are ourselves the portrait of consciousness.
Do you think this happens with all beings, like animals and plants and minerals and
everything. Even a bit of snot is the expression of consciousness.
So everything is alive.
Even the inanimate objects are alive, because they are expressions of consciousness. But we don't need to know that, you understand? We don't need to know that. if truth is what you're seeking, actually, we don't need to. We are having fun. Actually, I'm talking about these things. It is truth also. It is truthful.
Yes.
But there can be a fascination about these things for some people. I say what I'm speaking now comes naturally as waves of illumination that come when the mind is being set free from the stranglehold of identity. Then all these things, you come to know about them spontaneously. I don't see that they're the most important. For me, teaching is not the most important thing. Discovery is the most important thing.
Yes, you mentioned that to me, that you are not a teacher, but you just seek to facilitate discovery.
You don't put it like that.
My words.
Okay.
Tell us about that.
I think that our culture as a human being is to learn something. Yes. Yeah. But in spite of learning, what we produce is just mostly concrete things. It has an objective, concrete expression. About ourselves, we know very little. We learn about everything else, but about ourselves, we know very little. When human beings study themselves, they call it, I don't know, psychology, philosophy, or something. But these are just concepts. Real learning or discovering about oneself does not lead to philosophy. It leads to liberation. Liberation is when a human being has really fulfilled their opportunity in this existence. They've come back to their original self, where they're naturally happy, naturally at peace, naturally compassionate, naturally knowing the unity of all things beyond merely intellectual conviction.
And is that enlightenment?
We can call it enlightenment. Enlightenment would mean only to realize what you've always been. And that you don't become. Therefore, I say you don't need to be creative. Don't use imagination. You don't need knowledge. You don't even need study. If truth is what you're seeking. If knowledge is what you're seeking, then you need all these things. You have to study all these things, compare all these things. But it will not necessarily lead you to liberation. It might lead you to superego, to pride.
So you would say enlightenment is a shift rather than a process?
I think everything you do with a genuine search for truth take you nearer to that state. I would call it grace picks you up more than you pick you up. You're carried by the wind of grace. What we are also. Rarely is a human being single-minded enough to attain freedom. We're so invested in duality. It is grace that puts you prepare whatever it requires to transcend the influence of the mind, to drop the identity. I don't even want to say drop the identity is the most important. More to discover what is true, rather than to fight off what is untrue.
That's interesting because I guess I've always seen it as a process of negation. I am not this, I am not this. But what you're saying, is that different from...
I am not this is an ancient way. I'm not this, I'm not this, I'm not... It's depending again on how genuine is and how urgent your search is. You can say, I am not this finger, I'm not the ring, I'm not this finger either. I'm not the finger there. Then the mind will be doing that. Because if it does it like this, it's going to take hundreds of years to go through this universe. Yes, but if it says, well, if I'm not the hand, I'm not this body, the tree is also a body. I cannot be anything with a body. I'm looking at my hand. My hand is not looking at me. I'm looking at this world. or this earth, but the world is a different place. And all things are composed out of the 5 elements. I am the witness of the 5 elements and their combinations. So they are phenomena for me. They're images inside consciousness. I cannot be that. So in 2 scoops, we have completed the entire universe then. Rather than saying I'm not the grass, I'm not the clouds, and this is buying time for the mind.
Well, I guess you see a certain section of that illusion, don't you? I mean, it's like if something comes out in me, then I'm present with that, and I say I'm not that. It's not like, I mean, the way I see it.
It's not just to say I'm not that, it's to see I'm not that. Not just to say I'm not that. It's to see, but I mean, I am the witness of the arising of something, the sense of its presence, and its departure. So obviously, I cannot be that. Because when it depart, if I was that, I would also be gone. It's very practical, very matter of factual. Anything I see also, it appears inside. And when it appears, in that moment it is seen. I was here before the appearance of this. Now this is here. I'm the witness of it. And I'm the witness of that it's not here anymore. So it cannot be what I am. It cannot be the seer of it. And everything is appearing like this, including belief, personality also. I'm watching the breath. Is the breath watching me?
No idea.
No, you must know this thing. The watching must be coming from here. The center of the watching was coming from here. Of the earth and the world. The earth is one. We are living, there's one earth, but there are millions, billions of worlds. The worlds is only what is shaped, your picture of the earth and your place in it and your interest and your projections and your dream superimposed upon the innocent earth make it your world. And each being has their own take on the world. We can look at these trees, we all see the same trees, yeah, but we all feel it differently. Because some trees, you may have a very strong feeling for them, so you have a greater relationship with them. That's a uniqueness already. Other things may be there also. We're doing that with everything you see, to privatize the manifestation. And each one, it functions differently, because we impart the herbs and spices of our own belief and creativity and desire and dreams and attachments onto it. We perfume it with our own projections. And then we are living in the world of our own projections also. Even the beings as they exist, we project onto them personalities we want them to have for us to enjoy also. This is what I mean by the world. And that world is also passing. And the earth also is changing. Everything that you perceive. Even the senses and their ability to function is also changing. You're able to tell that your eyesight is getting weaker. Something, what is this? Which itself is not sight.
It happens in the mind.
The mind is only an energy field. You're the witness of that. You're the witness of mind. You're the witness of no mind also. Is it, but am I speaking anything so strange? Are you not the witness? Who can refute?
It's just in a space that's so abstract, I can't. How do you conceptualize that?
Why do you have to conceptualize at all? Please listen, because we are obsessed with conceptualizing. But at some point, if you and when you understand and are yourself, all the concepts will lose their potency. Now, can I explain what I mean? Sure. If we are deeply attached and have the need that the concepts at all costs, the concepts must be preserved, then you will not become free. First, you must come to the place where the concepts themselves take birth. They take birth in you. I am that vastness. I am that emptiness. I am the witness of the concepts arising and their meaning, their potential. I make use of them. I can only be conditioned to believe them to be greater than what is, or something like this. It's only belief. If you follow through the inquiry, you can come to see right now also. It brings you to that place of emptiness. Now, initially, you may think, whoa, what is this? Everything is collapsed. I've got no world. It's only your mind is still interpreting. But when this interpreting tendency of the mind is also seen, so I say, but also I'm not this. I'm rejecting, not just kind of haphazardly. No, but wisely I'm looking and seeing, but that also is just momentary. All this is momentary. My idea of myself is always changing. Also, this is momentary. It cannot be the real. Then like this is the true negating if you look. It's not just, oh, I'm not this, I'm not this, I'm not. No, it's looking and saying, but I cannot be any of this, not even this. I have nothing against this. I'm grateful for this because this allows me to experience. But to say I am that, no. The breath also, I'm grateful for this because the breath also engineers somehow the functioning of perception. Also this, I know this thing. One day this will be finished. Will I be finished? I, as thought construct and egoic identity, that will be finished. And it will raise again to be in another body until it really comes to what I'm telling you to do, to point you to this. Every being, they know what I'm speaking, someplace inside you. There may be some fear arising in the functioning self because of conditioning. But with a little, what I would call contemplation, encouragement, and to be in the energy field of satsang a bit, you can then begin to see. You can bear your own silence. Most people, they cannot bear their own silence or your own emptiness. But you worship the Buddha, who is empty, and Christ, who is empty. You think Christ has all this Course in Miracles saved up in him? The Bible says there's nothing at all come out of emptiness. Everything is coming out of the vastness of the being. Having discovered that, I have no interest to collect anything at all. It's just clutter. Just the emptiness is there. The emptiness I can call also love. But I don't need to hold on to anything at all. In fact, I find that gets somehow in the way. It's not even that cannot get in the way of anything. It's just unnecessary.
So this is utter simplicity.
Yes, but it's not a practicing simplicity. It's just what it is. It's not like there's somebody doing simplicity. All of this is an expression of a simplicity. As I started by saying, the truth is utterly simple, but the seeker of truth is complex and complicated. He only has to transcend himself. No one has to transcend truth. Nobody can transcend truth. You can transcend the influence of the mind, which you must, in order to be effortlessly happy. And not just to be selfishly happy. The one who is free is not selfish at all. Even by doing nothing, they change the orientation of existence. They perfume the atmosphere with the energy of joy and liberation, love, and life and light. They have the same God quality. God is not doing anything at all. And yet, ceaselessly, the creation is moving just by the presence of God.
So would you say that God didn't create the world?
Yes, and then create the world. The world is not created, the world is creating. Creation is like a noun. Creating is the verb of creation, not the noun of creation. There's the action of creation is every second moving. You can say the creation, yes, of course, we said the creation, but it's dynamically changing. This tree was not there in the day of Adam and Eve, but his great grandfather, grandmother was there. It's just as real as it was then, but it's a movement. Were you there at the first burst of creation, the Garden of Eden? Were you there? Yes, you were there before that even. But not as Ken. Not as Mooji.
Mooji, I wanted to ask you about following a teacher or a guru. And I guess this almost runs counter to my conditioning or the way I've been seeking, is that I've always trusted in the Holy Spirit and not a physical human being. And I know you come from a lineage, the Indian tradition of following a guru, and that transmission is important. I was wondering if you could say a few words on that.
I don't come from that lineage. Okay. I don't come from any lineage at all. Actually, no, but I have to correct a bit, no? Because I had no previous idea about whether someone should follow someone or not. I mean, I was brought up very much in Christian tradition, and very grateful for that. And, you know, at my own transition from being just a regular guy on the street to coming more deeply into the understanding was something that really, it was a miracle in itself for me. It was a change that was there, and it made Christ a living reality for me. It was also before, but not so, but inside now, inside. Huh? So I call that presence, that was a meeting with God, a kiss from inside my own self happened. So that changed my life in a very profound, radical way for me. I never questioned, well, was this my mind or something? None of this, it was completely clear for me.
But that felt like a gradual process, because I did read that you spent 6 years with your sister, and there was this.
No, it was a grenade in my head.
Okay.
Okay. A very peaceful grenade.
I love it.
At first, this happened, but everything was changed from one day to the next day. But it continued to somehow deepen, you can say, or mature. I don't know, like this. Something was like that, and. I was not used to, and still I'm not reading many books. Now we have a lot of books around, but mostly people read them who come to spend time where we are now. Mm-hmm. But in that time, it arose in me because I only read the Bible then. Mm-hmm. And it arose in me this feel for knowing something more about what was going on in such a powerful way. Mm-hmm. And I first encountered the book on Ramana Maharshi, but I couldn't. It wasn't right for me then. I couldn't really embrace it. It felt very intellectual for me. I was very much into the surrender and God knows best, and I don't know anything. And that was natural for me. It wasn't a practice. It was just what I felt. That's all I can do. I discovered the Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna, an Indian saint, who was no longer in the body when I found about him, but it was so powerful a support for what was happening for me. And so I had a chance to go to India in 1993. I had no, Lonely Planet guide or nothing like this. I just went to India, I went to Delhi, and I thought maybe I'll go to Calcutta, where Ramakrishna lived, because the book of the Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna was written in such a vividly beautiful way. I think I'd like to go and sit in his room, maybe look at his slippers or something. I don't know. I felt so strongly that he had really, so much of what he said freed my mind from the little tight places it was going sometimes. But I never went there. And I went to India after. I went to a place called Rishikesh in the north of India, the foothills of the Himalayas.
Mm-hmm.
And there I met some devotees of Sri Punjaji, who I knew nothing about. I knew nothing about gurus, not particularly, So I didn't go to India looking for any guru. I went there to look for, just Ramakrishna's place. And then by chance I encountered Papaji like this. And I can see that grace, destiny brought me there. You see? And when I first met him, I felt that I was in the presence of a very powerful being. But I didn't really have, a lot of things going on in my head about that.
Mm-hmm.
I had by then been sort of 5 or 6 years into my own, sort of like cooking. And when I met Papaji, then suddenly I was being made aware of like the great space of being. That was not something I was used to. It's about the I quality, the importance of what that is. And so the sense of this expansiveness began coming to my consciousness. Whereas before it was God and me living inside his heart. It was more this space of being. And it was right, because this God took me to this God,
mm-hmm.
to this God space.
Mm-hmm.
And it was not a love story from the beginning. I sat in many satsangs and listened and so on.
Yeah.
It was only after I met him in that encounter, when I wrote to him and went up in front of him, that I felt the power of his being actually shook me, stirred me up very, very strongly. And then somehow after this, I felt a tremendous. First, my old sense of self vanished. I couldn't find like a context of me, like maybe how you might wake up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom and you have no idea of where you are or who you are or something. That happened, like, looking at my hands, but this is not me. This is not what I am. I knew it so powerfully. And then shortly, within a few moments, a great love for Papaji arose. Then I realized I did not have love for him before. I had respect, but not love. Like this. So,
was there ever a fear that you would lose this?
No, it didn't really enter my mind like that. The first encounter happened in 1987. That one, when the first night I made a prayer with this, man.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt so light, not like ever before. I didn't want to go to sleep because I felt I might wake up and it's gone. But I woke up and it was still there. And it never left. That peace never left. That lightness never left. When I met Papaji, something more was still there. And something, I don't know, fell out. Sometimes I say, I fell through a hole in the universe. I don't know what happened there. So, twice leaving Papaji's presence, I left in the most unexpected way. And I came back to London, and just carried on in my way I was selling incense in the market and stuff like this.
Yeah, been to Brixton Market.
Yeah.
That's great.
And gradually, somehow, just started to meet people, and we talked, and somehow it seemed really good, something like that. Yeah. So, if your question is, about this, the need for a teacher and so on, I feel it's a very genuine thing. It's very good, because a true liberated being knows everything about how your mind is working, sees where you're blocked. Even you may think, I'm not blocked, I am fine. We tell you, come on, you're lying. Why? You don't have to lie about this. I can see, there's something here. You can, if you want to, I can help you to go through this or something. They can help you like that. They don't have to teach you. They can find the thing you need to know. What is blocking you a little bit or something, and help you to. But you also, it's good for you to come forward and say, I feel somehow that I'm not able to stay in this space. Sometimes I can go there, but I can't stay there. Is it possible to stay there? And they will tell you, no, it's not possible to stay there. It's not possible to stay there. If you went there, it's not possible to stay there. But if you are that.
Sorry, when where?
If you go there, meaning that people say, I sometimes meditate, I come back to the place where I'm just in harmony with God, or I'm just in the space of the beingness or something like this. Understand? I know that there's nothing exists apart from this, or whatever we say when we are in that state or whatever. People say, I go into this space and I like to know how I can keep it, how I can, how can I stay there?
Yeah.
And he will tell you, you cannot stay. You cannot stay. You are not really you yet. The real you is that. You see, the one who is coming to stay there is your attention, which you're calling you. Come there and back. You're living as your attention. You have to discover the real you. Has no effort at all. It is complete. It's not a practicer. It's not an achiever. It's that. You need master for this, because your mind will not do anything that will threaten its existence or its survival. You see, the mind itself will tell you, don't need to teach it, don't need to teach it. I can do it by myself. Because it knows a teacher alone can help you to do that, to go beyond the rule of the egoic mind and kingdom, like that.
I'm afraid of asking you what my block is.
Well, I don't want to go around telling people where their block is.
Enlightenment consultancy.
First, someone has to genuinely come with the urge to move beyond, the grip of the conditioned mind. There must be something there. Not help me to go to the next step. But the next step will be your last step? No. Okay, I can't help you. You're into steps. Why make one step or no step that will take you completely to true? Let's not be small about it. Only fear makes us feel, I'm not sure if I'm ready. If I'm ready for that. Well, you're not ready to be you? I'm not ready. You're not ready to be you? I want to continue being the idea I have of me. I have to continue being my self-portrait. A self-portrait is not you. Even if you're Leonardo da Vinci, your self-portrait is not you. So this is the correct way. Someone come, they say, I don't know. I don't know anything at all, or I feel like I studied this thing, but I feel like I really feel like something is really missing. Some people come, I've been studying for 35 years, Buddhism or whatever thing, and I just haven't had that experience. I say, it's just experience you want? You don't want to be just free. Why are you looking for experience? Experience all going to come and go as well. Why are you searching for what's coming and going? Everything is coming. You don't have to be spiritual to watch what's coming and going. Everything is coming and going. Why do you find something that's not coming and going? When you know this thing, then you can be fine with what's coming and going. I'm trying to pull you out of this world. This world is this too. But the understanding about this world, based on a human conception, is very weak. It's not the truth. And what happens is that we can be, to some extent, devoted to the illusion of freedom and not be free. You see. Or even don't care about freedom at all. You don't have to care about freedom. I feel this is freedom. This is freedom. But freedom is the freedom to be free and the freedom to be bound. It's consciousness's game. It's God's game, if you want to put it like this. Someone said to me in satsang, I just feel like God is playing with me. I said, no, I don't think God is playing with you. I think God is playing as you. So, oh, that makes it feel different. But who are you playing as? Who are you? You see, the first thing I wouldn't want to say to somebody, I can see what your block is. First thing I tell you that you are the truth itself. That's what I see. But what I hear is not a conviction of that. I hear I have this thing to do and I'd like to do this and I'm practicing. So, but that's not true. Or it might be true that you feel that way, but it's not truth.
I wanted to ask you as well about the variety of approaches to this that you're pointing to. Is it one approach manifested in different forms?
I can say it like that. I don't find anything disagreeable with that. The approach would be the search for truth. That's the approach. That approach leads to spiritual discipline or religion or whatever else you want to call it. But it starts out in its fundamental way that it is a search for truth. Or you can say the search to be home or the search for unity. It's all the same thing. I see no difference. Search for freedom.
So I guess I asked the question about following a guru comes with my thinking that there can be a bad guru and a good guru. And I guess there are no experiences that can lead us away from this.
You get the guru that you deserve.
Right.
for the moment. No, that's not a vindictive statement. It's totally appropriate because you may think, oh, I'm ready to meet the Master Guru, the Satguru itself. But maybe first you need to meet a guru who is going to expose that you are still treasuring certain things which make you not yet ready to meet. You're not able to assimilate the presence or the guidance of a true one yet. Still something is buried. So you may meet someone or something, you get a bit caught up there for a while. Just like many people feel like they come into the world and they should have the greatest relationship with the first love and be happy ever after. No, you're going to meet someone who is at the same resonance a little bit with your own tendency. You have to grow, you have to evolve in a way.
Yeah.
You cannot just, because you exist, you're entitled to have the best relationship in the world. No, perhaps you can have a few terrible ones first, and it helps you to get out of your own crap. Maybe you have a lot of nonsense inside, and it would be terrible if a really good person came along and found someone like you. You think, oh, I must find someone so beautiful. Maybe somebody doesn't deserve you yet. So you have to hang out with someone who's got something, we cannot know exactly what it is. They have a little bit, and then gradually you grow and grow and grow, and you leave more illusions apart, you leave them. You spend a bit more time to find value in being with yourself more and stuff, and then eventually you may meet someone with whom you have a relationship that's beautiful. The best relationship is going to come when you are discovering the truth. Because you go beyond your little self and your little meanness, because there's a saying the opposite of love is hate. But I've found the opposite of love is more selfishness. I think we are very selfish. You understand? Whereas it's just hate. Many people don't just hate, but everybody is selfish. Meaning that you care more about yourself than anything else and so on. Although even when you say, oh, I love the world, it's only because you want to show people that you love the world or something like that. You want to make something about you again. It's about you. So if you're selfish, how are you going to have a beautiful relationship with anyone? You see, things like this. So in the same way, spirituality and relationships is inside the spiritual kingdom. No? You're discovering. Any genuine discovery is a spiritual discovery. And if you...
What does spirit mean to you in the first place?
Spirit?
Yes.
Spirit is also another name for what is or being. Yeah? The truth. I can say, I am spirit. That's all. The self, spirit. Not the form. You can speak about spiritual personality or something, but the pure spirit is beyond personality. It's just another word I can use. We have to have a lot of words we can use. You cannot stick with one word, Otherwise, you become a fascist, You have to try different words: spirit, being, isness.
I think that's one of your remarkable skills, actually, because I see you really as a poet.
Really?
I see you as an artist.
Oh God, you don't misunderstand my teaching, no, my way. I'm not interested in poetry. I'm interested that somebody get the truth.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is that you... Okay, let me explain my thinking a little bit. I feel like there are wisdom teachers who teach the same truth, but the personality is used to bring forth this expression.
Yes.
And with you, I really feel like you are an artist, and you use those words to... It's a dimension, a feeling which I've never seen before with any other teacher.
Yeah, I said like this because in a way, everything in the life, in every culture, in every way of expressing, the truth is there, and we see examples in different things. So sometimes it comes true like that. So they say like this, and it's able to touch into another place inside of people that just is capable of moving in a broader way, rather than always like this, less this. And this is also okay sometimes, but not all the time like this. You know? Yeah. Sometimes, no, throw it out. So sometimes we say, no, stay careful, stay with this. Don't go, no, stay with this. Next thing I say, throw it out. Forget about it to someone else, no? Because for that one, that's right for them to do. Another one is always drifting about the place. I said, no, you stay with this, okay, until I come back, stay with this or something. So it has to be versatile. The expression is versatile. That just is capable of moving in a broader way, rather than always like this, less this. And this is also okay sometimes, but not all the time like this. You know? Yeah. Sometimes, no, throw it out. So sometimes we say, no, stay careful, stay with this. Don't go, no, stay with this. Next thing I say, throw it out. Forget about it to someone else, no? Because for that one, that's right for them to do. Another one is always drifting about the place. I said, no, you stay with this, okay, until I come back, stay with this or something. So it has to be versatile. The expression is versatile. But the truth is one, isn't it? But you asked me something else about, I don't remember, gurus. Gurus. Anyway,
yeah, well, it was about.
Okay, until I come back, stay with this or something. So it has to be versatile. The expression is versatile. But the truth is one, isn't it? But you asked me something else about, I don't remember, gurus. Gurus. Anyway,
yeah, well, it was about. I guess. I was going to ask, how do you choose a guru? But then you answered that with saying, we get the guru that we deserve. And I also wanted to say,
but the truth is one, isn't it? But you asked me something else about, I don't remember, gurus. Gurus. Anyway,
yeah, well, it was about. I guess. I was going to ask, how do you choose a guru? But then you answered that with saying, we get the guru that we deserve. And I also wanted to say, the other question, which was,
let's take it out of a less personal way, that the guru you deserve, because that's one way of using it. Let's say you get a teacher, whatever the teacher is, like this, who is more compatible
with who you are,
with your present level of resonance. You know, okay. If you are in a certain state, then you're tend to be like this. Then you'll find someone who can help you, through whom you can somehow go to a higher stage of consciousness, either by frustrating your way or something, or because the ways are different. Sometimes the teacher may, keep on smashing you. Oh my God, this person is so. So tough. But to another one, he's stroking you. Very good, very good. But to you, no, sit over there, sit over there, like this. You say, oh my God, what have I done? You're always picking on me, picking on you. Whatever the teacher is, like this, who is more compatible
with who you are,
with your present level of resonance. Okay. If you are in a certain state, then you tend to be like this. Then you find someone who can help you, through whom you can somehow go to a higher stage of consciousness, either by frustrating your way or something, or because the ways are different. Sometimes the teacher may, keep on smashing you. Oh my God, this person is so, so tough. But to another one, he's stroking you. Very good, very good. But to you, no, sit over there, like this. You say, oh my God, what have I done? You're always picking on me, picking on you. How dare you think I'm picking on you? Why do you think you are so important to be picked on? Get out. But that may be good for you in that moment, to break something. And they're not doing it because it's something personal. It's the consciousness doing it. You see, this is the difference. And something inside must know at some level that it's painful, but somehow it's doing something good to me. You understand? Other people say, oh, no, I can't take this. It's too tough teaching. I have to leave. Even in Jesus' day also, something he said one time, he said to some people, no, you must, eat my flesh because it's something personal. It's like, it's the consciousness doing it. You see, this is the difference. And something inside must know at some level that it's painful, but somehow it's doing something good to me. You understand? Other people say, oh, no, I can't take this. It's too tough teaching. I have to leave. Even in Jesus' day also, something he said one time, he said to some people, no, you must, eat my flesh and drink my blood or something. Have you read this thing in the Bible? Yeah, you must also eat my flesh, drink my blood, It's all metaphorical, of course, right? But many of them turn away. They say, oh, this is a hard teaching. We can't follow this. Because they couldn't follow. And he's not afraid to lose some there. Anyway, they were not with him in the first place. If you walk away after that. So this is what I mean, that you will encounter. It needn't be even a guru like he is my guru. It could be just that association, just like some relationships just come, a little bit bang, 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 and then you're off because you're not meant to go further. Another relationship can be all the rest of your physical existence you're together. Maybe into another existence you're together. You see, but some only for a weekend, you're gone. But it may be very important for you. Some encounters be like this, even with the master, can be just short. And some, then you know that you're eternally with them somehow. It's a mystical thing.
The energy of A Course in Miracles is very much linked with Jesus and Christ and the Judeo-Christian terminology. Do you want to make what do you see? What do you view as that? Do you?
It's fine. I mean, if I came, of course, in Miracles, I didn't know anything about it. So this is all about sort of like Muhammad. So, yeah, what does it say? It's fine.
It's the content.
This is about the Buddha, Siddhartha the Gautama. Always say, you have to do this. And it's very Buddhist language. It's good. It's good. This one, this is about Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah, I know him. It's good. It's very good. But let me hear what you're saying. Because he has many different ways of speaking. He can also be very straight in, throw everything away. You know that Jesus can speak like that? Depend how good, if you're a really good disciple, if you're a perfect candidate for freedom, he might just kick you over the hill.
I want to go back to this concept with the guru. And I guess here we formalize it in this figure of a person that teaches you or guides you through the spiritual journey. But then it's not your lover, a guru. It's not your boss, the guru. It's not your friend who you have a quarrel with, a guru as well.
Yeah, if you want to make guru into something like that, your friend, everything you can say, like Dattatreya, he says, everything. I see the wind, how it comes, it removes all the leaves from the tree to make it just empty. I bow to the wind as my guru. May the spirit remove all the leaves of my ego, like the wind. I see water, I salute water, because it flows into any shape, assumes any shape. In this, it assumes the shape of a glass. In this, it assumes the shape of the hand. Yet it has no shape, like the spirit. I bow to water as my guru. Isn't it? That is. I see light. Without light, nothing is seen. It is the greatest painter. Look, it paints all these things with light. I bow to light. But may the light of consciousness expose all that is not true. You see? Like this, if it's like this. If you see through your friend's approach, as your own understanding deepens, you'll start to see that maybe everything is my guru. You see? Somebody rob you in the street and beat you up. You're in hospital for 5 days. But you know what? We have a saying, they kick the shit out of you. Maybe they kick the shit out of you. The shit out of your head also. No? Now, that's very quick guruship, you know. Something may have taken you 6 years to process, but in 6 minutes, it's gone. All of this nonsense is kicked out. Now, you may not bow to your mugger and say, oh, mugger, you are my guru. But somebody may say, thank you for this, because I've been trying to work something out, and this being beaten up just allowed me to drop everything. I'm free of anything. I used to think that life is safety, and I see that life doesn't have to be safety. What is safety? I'm just clinging to my body. My body could have just been gone. But I've seen now I do not cling to anything. Thank you to this incident. Thank you for this attack. Or you may say thank you to consciousness for bringing this about. Well, the guru that we're talking about now is the one who somehow, guru is not a person. Understand? You may see guru, a person's body, what you may call, but guru is not that. Guru is one who has gone beyond just physical identity, egoic identity, functions as the self. You see? How would you know God if you not meet the body of Jesus Christ? You see, some people
like know God if you didn't meet the body of Jesus Christ.
Yes, for a Christian, for instance, if they didn't have the physicality somehow of Christ, the physicality of Christ's words, how would they know God? It's introduced you to God. When people say, could you show me the Father? He says, you are looking at the Father. I and the Father are one. What do you mean?
So they need that symbol.
Yes. You need something. In each one, the Satguru, what we call the pure Guru, which is the pure self, is there. But the portrait of the self being expressed as a person does not know the language of the inner one. You understand? You say, I did this, I do that. But when you say I, who are you speaking about?
Because it doesn't see clearly.
No, it's still the consciousness, but it's a consciousness.
Body of Jesus Christ.
Yes, for a Christian, for instance, if they didn't have the physicality somehow of Christ, the physicality of Christ's words, how would they know God? It's introduced you to God. When people say, could you show me the Father? He says, you are looking at the Father. I and the Father are one. What do you mean?
So they need that symbol.
Yes. You need something. In each one, the Satguru, what we call the pure Guru, which is the pure self, is there. But the portrait of the self being expressed as a person does not know the language of the inner one. You understand? You say, I did this, I do that. When you say I, who are you speaking about?
Because it doesn't see clearly.
No, it's still the consciousness, but it's a consciousness that's adopted certain conditioning and believe itself to be this kind of person, which is made up. It's not real. The person is always changing. It's not true. You see? So his consciousness is playing through the costume of a person. And that costume person has to somehow listen to the inner voice of their own self, which you call the voice of the Satguru. If you're not able to do that, you have to meet a physical guru, which is manifested from here, to speak to you in a language that you can understand. You brought all this into being in order to understand from it who you are. A guru is very different from your friend or some other person, because they don't have that. They're not. Their mind is not contaminated. It's not in service to a person, so they not have the duality and the confusion of a person. And so also they have the power of the self, the grace of the self. You see, like Jesus Christ, he said, "I have the power to forgive sins." Because people say, well, who else but God can forgive sins? But he knew his identity with God. So I have the power to forgive sins. Isn't it? So the one who realized the truth, who have no duality inside them, well, you have a duality inside you because you're still functioning in this world. I still see you and this kind of stuff. But inside this interaction with you and her and this and that, this is a smaller space of consciousness sitting inside a greater space of understanding, in which it's all love. Love is conversing with love in the form of these bodies or something like that. Or truth is conversing with truth in the form of these bodies. It's like that. Consciousness is speaking to consciousness about consciousness. For the love of consciousness. It's like that. When you're a person, I'm speaking with you about her, what we're going to do later on and so on. This is a much more shallower conversation. But when consciousness is somehow self-focused, then all the interactions lead to a state of inner expansiveness, of space and light, and joy and love. In the end, actually, you are empty. You can say you're full. Yeah, you can say you're full, or you can say you're empty, meaning that you're not. The mind will say, well, look, you have no ground to stand on at the moment. You're lost. But that's also a concept. Empty. Many times when you feel empty, the mind feels confused and says, look, you're lost, you're nothing, you're done. And you take that to mean something. And oh my God, I feel a bit lost, feel confused. I don't know where I am. I don't know who I am. That's a holy state. Because you listen to the mind tell you, oh, look, you don't even know where you're going. You know nothing about tomorrow. You're not even, where's your memory? Oh my God, I don't know memory. Oh, that's terrible. You're in a divine state, but you're just not familiar that you are your own divinity, because you're living life like a strategy. You're thinking your life rather than sort of like unfolding. So in a way, the spirituality is a way of taste for who you are. You understand? Because we've developed a taste for who we're not. Now you have to redevelop the taste for who you are.
And so you, doing what you do, as you, with all your work and all of this, tell us about that motivation. Is there an impulse there? What is that?
Some impulse is there, but I don't feel I'm doing anything at all, actually. You understand? Nothing special. Yeah, it's special in that I like it. That's what makes it special. I feel completely comfortable with conversing with beings and watch them being free, where they believed they were not free, where they were living in the illusion of unfreeness, just untangling a few little things inside and say, look, go. Walking with sticks that they don't need. I said, take your sticks away. Go, walk, run. I can run. You never need the sticks. I'm not giving them back. I throw them in the fire. No, it's true. But I wouldn't say that is, when you're doing what you love, you don't call it work.
Yeah.
I don't feel like I'm working. Yes, sometimes I get tired also. It's true. And sometimes I feel also that I would like to, even coming here, I felt I would like to stay where I was. Because at the moment we're making a pond and I'm enjoying. And I said, I have to go to Boston. Oh, okay. All right. No? But in the bigger picture, of course, I'm happy to be here. No? But go to airport, eating crisps and stuff like this. I'm going on the coming here, sleeping in a new bed, and oh my God, and all this stuff. It's true. This is good. This is good. No, I don't complain about all that. Just something, sometimes I like to play a little miserableness. Of course. It's just a bit fun. Yeah. It's like this. But of course, I'm here. Then we are always, when I come at the end, we say, that's the most amazing thing to have come here and share again with this beautiful thing.
Moji, it's been a wonderful conversation. I think we're just going to wrap this one up.
Oh, okay.
Any kind of last words you'd like to say for this interview?
I would say that there is such an incredible magnificence at the heart of who we are. And it's not deep, 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 or high, 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 or far, far, far beyond. It's right here. In the same way that you can sometimes say, I put my finger and I can hide the sun. With my fingernail, I hide the sun. A wrong concept, an ill-conceived concept, can hide the intuitive recognition of the holiness that is here. And I would like to share that message that it is available. You see. Of course, you may come to a satsang feel, well, nothing really happened. But at least some seeds are planted that will sprout soon into something. You see? Because whatever brings anybody to satsang, they don't bring them just to be. No, they bring them to truth. They put them in front of the fireplace of truth. And something must happen. Because I do nothing because I particularly want to travel and to speak about these things. I love it, but somehow, if you come, that which makes these things happen, bring this body and that body together, it never fails. So I leave it to do its business. That's beautiful. You see? I just want that, as I said at the beginning, if you're hungry on the street, you have no food, and somebody came and say, your name is Ken? Yeah. You're the guy. I'm looking for you. Listen, man. You're a millionaire. You had an uncle who passed away and left you this thing. 6 months we're looking for you. You're a millionaire. And you say, yeah? Oh, can I have my millions? No, you have to wait for 6 years. No, if you're a millionaire, I want my money now. I said, how long you want to wait for this money? And I'm saying the truth is like this. We are millionaires of truth inside. If I say it's going to be another 6 years, you have to do all these things, you have to see all these lawyers, you're going to have to go and give up all this stuff, you have to get rid of one leg, you have to do all these things, and then after the end of that, then we give you the first 5%. I said, no, I mean, that's not a gift to me. My attitude is a bit like that. And at the same time, I feel if people for years, well, bless you, continue to do your practice. If something makes your heart happy doing that, I am supporting you. But there are some who are tired of experience, they're tired of practice, they're tired of waiting, they're tired of trying one more experience. So no, but for me, maybe we sit, have a cup of tea, talk about it. That's what I would want to say.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You called me out upon the waters, the great unknown, where feet may fail, in the mystery, in oceans deep, my faith will stand, and I will call upon your name, and keep my eyes above the waves. When oceans rise, my soul will rest in your embrace. I am yours, and you are mine. Your grace abounds in deepest waters. Your sovereign hand will be my guide. Where feet may fail and fear surrounds me, you've never failed, and you won't start now. So I will call upon your name, and keep my eyes above the waves. When oceans rise, my soul will rest in your embrace. For I am yours, and you are mine. And you are mine. Spirit, lead me where my trust is without borders. Let me walk upon the waters wherever you would call me. Take me deeper than my feet could ever wander, and my faith will be made stronger in the presence of my Savior. Spirit, lead me where my trust is without borders. Let me walk upon the waters wherever you would call me. Take me deeper than my feet could ever wander, and my faith will be made stronger in the presence of my Savior. Spirit, lead me where my trust is without borders. Let me walk upon the waters wherever you would call me. Take me deeper than my feet could ever wander, and my faith will be made stronger in the presence of my Savior. Oh, Jesus, you're my God. I call upon your name. Keep my eyes above the waves. My soul will rest in your embrace. I am yours, and you are mine. You call me out upon the waters, the great unknown, where feet may fail. And there I find you in the mystery, in oceans deep, my faith will stand. And I will call upon your name and keep my eyes above the waves. When oceans rise, my soul will rest in your embrace, for I am yours. You are mine. Your grace abounds in deepest waters. Your sovereign hand will be my guide. My feet may fail and fear surrounds me. You never fail, and you won't stop now. So I will call upon your name and keep my eyes above the waves. When oceans rise, my soul will rest in your embrace. For I am yours, and you are mine. Spirit, lead me where my trust is without borders. Let me walk upon the waters wherever you would call me. Take me deeper than my feet could ever wander, and my faith would be made stronger in the presence of my Savior. Spirit, lead me where my trust is without borders. Let me walk upon the waters wherever you would call me. Take me deeper than my feet could ever wander, and my faith would be made stronger in the presence of my Savior. Spirit, lead me where my trust is without borders. Let me walk upon the waters wherever you would call me. Take me deeper than my feet could ever wander, and my faith will be made stronger in the presence of my Savior. Spirit, lead me where my trust is without borders. Let me walk upon the waters wherever you would call me. Take me deeper than my feet could ever wander, and my faith will be made stronger in the presence of Savior. Spirit, lead me where my trust is without borders. Let me walk upon the waters wherever you will call me. Take me deeper than my feet could ever want, and my faith will be made stronger in the presence of my Savior. Spirit, lead me where my trust is without borders. Let me walk upon the waters wherever you will call me. And take me deeper than my feet could ever wander, and my faith will be made stronger in the presence of my Savior. Call upon your name. Keep my eyes above the waves. My soul will rest in your embrace. I am yours, and you are mine.
Let miracles replace all grievances, all grievances. Each decision that you make is one between a grievance and a miracle. Today we go beyond the grievances to look upon the miracle instead. We will
Hello everybody, it's Ken with yet another video on the internet, and I'm joined by Sharon Abreu and Michael Hurwitz. And I just want to tell a little story, tiny story, how I met these two lovely people and first came to their music. I was actually in at Judy Scutch Whitson, and she handed me a couple of CDs and DVDs, and one of them was Miracle Jingles, which is obviously the music by Sharon and Mike. And I listened to it, and I was blown away. because I mean, if you listen to the music, I don't want to describe it because I tend to get into the superlatives, but it's such amazing music, and I knew I had to interview these guys and somehow bring their music out to the world. I helped bring the music out into the world, meet them. So we are here to listen to their stories. And first of all, welcome, Sharon and Mike.
Thanks so much,
Thank
Ken.
you. Great to be here.
Let's start with you guys. You know, tell us a little bit about yourselves. You know, how did you find the course? What is your relationship? Because I know that you are cousins with Helen and Louis Shuckman.
Sharon is.
Sharon.
Yeah, well,
I'm not directly related to them.
Well, Louis Shuckman was my grandmother's first cousin. So that would make Louis my first cousin 2 generations removed, if you know about how family trees work. Sometimes they can make computers smoke and things like that.
No, the answer is no, but I'll take your word for it.
So Louis and I were cousins, and of course Helen was Louis' wife, and they were married for many, many years, like probably 50 years until she passed away in 1981. And Louis, really just a very small part of our family was really close with Helen and Louis. And we would occasionally, when I was a kid, we would go and have dinner at Louis' sister Grace's house on Long Island. I grew up on Long Island, and so we would have dinner at Grace's house, and Louis and Helen would be there. And this was in the, probably, my memories, I think, date from the early 70s, probably, early mid-70s, as I was born in 63. But the course never came into it. It just was not something that Helen discussed with the family, because I think she realized that the family was going to have some resistance to it. You know, family things are, you know, and especially my family being Jewish and knowing that the course was about Jesus, it was kind of like, well, you know, that's very nice, that's Helen's thing, but no thank you. And after Helen passed away, and I became very close with Louis because I went to New York University. Helen and Louis had gone to New York University. That's where they met. And Louis lived on East 16th Street, and I was living on East 8th Street. So I saw, actually even before I started college, I would come into the city and go to concerts with Louis. But after I was in college, I saw him every week, you know, and we were really close. He was the same age as my grandfather, and he was a surrogate grandfather for me because my actual grandfather also died in 1981, the same year Helen died.
What was Louis like? We know so much about Helen, but what was Louis like?
You know, he was very funny, actually, and he was not always trying to be funny, but sometimes he was very, very bright, and he knew he was funny, too. You know, he was a very loving person with a very gruff exterior and a very interesting sense of wardrobe style. He would consistently wear things like a striped shirt with a plaid jacket and things like that, you know. He just didn't care about those things, you know. He was a deep thinker. He was an intellectual. He was very interested in Jewish culture, although he was not really practicing Jew, but he was very into Jewish culture. But I think the most significant thing about him was that he was a very loving person, very generous person, and had this gruff exterior. Like, for example, I would go out for dinner with him, and he would pay for dinner, and I would say, Louis, can I leave a tip? And he'd go, don't be an idiot. Don't be an idiot.
I only met him a couple of times. He actually died not too long after Sharon and I met, but we were out to lunch with him, and I asked him something about the course. I said, so I can't remember what question I asked him exactly, but it had something to do with the course, and he just went, nothing to do with it at all.
It wasn't his thing, you know, and I understand that he really supported Helen in going through her process of writing it, but it really wasn't something that he embraced. You know, and it's interesting for me as somebody who grew up Jewish, that I know what the Course is about, and I understand what the language means, and so I'm able to get past that it's written in this kind of Christian terminology, that it's you know, said to have come from Jesus, that it talks about what the Christ is. Well, if you understand what it wasn't his thing, you know, and I understand that he really supported Helen in going through her process of writing it, but it really wasn't something that he embraced. You know, and it's interesting for me as somebody who grew up Jewish, that I know what the Course is about, and I understand what the language means, and so I'm able to get past that it's written in this kind of Christian terminology, that it's, you know, said to have come from Jesus, that it talks about what the Christ is. Well, if you understand what Christ is, you know, as the Course describes it, there's just nothing threatening about it. There's nothing threatening about it at all. And I just appreciated when we finally read the Course, and I'll tell you how that came about. I was so blown away, because I said, this is really trying to help people understand what has been misunderstood. And it's trying to redefine things in a way where people can see themselves as part of this whole creation, you know, as part of this whole holiness. And it just blew me away. And I thought, well, this is not threatening to me. I mean, it's threatening to my ego in terms of thinking, hey, I'm this body, but that's okay. You know, like I've heard there's some groups that say, well, A Course in Miracles is trying to brainwash you. And I say, well, I don't know about you, but my brain could use a good washing. So, you know, bring it on. I'll get the soap, you get the towel. Like, but so yeah, so going back to, you know, bring it on. I'll get the soap, you get the towel. Like, but so yeah, so going back to Louis and Helen. Helen passed away in February '81, and after she passed away, Louis would hold an annual dinner in her memory. And so my family, my immediate, you know, family, my mom, dad, my sister, and myself, and I guess my ex-brother-in-law was there at the time, you know, and that was it for the family, because we were really the only ones that were in close and regular contact with Helen and Louis. And then there'd be all these other people that we didn't know, or that we maybe had met a couple of times. We didn't really know them. Ken Wapnick was there. Judy Scutch Whitson was there. And so I knew these people. I knew Ken a little better because he lived in New York. You know, Judy was already living in California, I think, at that time. And so I would see Ken occasionally at other things. But I had an awareness of these people, and that Helen had written this book called The Course in Miracles, and that it had something to do with Jesus. So my whole family was like, you know, thanks very much, but no thank you. And, you know, I just didn't pursue it all the years that I had a relationship with Louis. The Course, it wasn't something that ever came up. But in 1999, which is the same year that Louis died, he actually died in December, but in 1999, Mike and I were sitting here in this kitchen where we are right now, and we were having dinner with two couples that are friends of ours here on Orcas Island, and one of our friends was telling us how he had written this book, and it just came to him, and he just wrote it down. He didn't do any research for it. And I said, oh, you know, I have a cousin that had an experience like that. It just came to her, and she just wrote it down. And they said, well, what's the book? And I said, A Course in Miracles. And both couples were like, oh, you know, because both couples had studied the book. In fact, one woman friend of ours had actually taught A Course in Miracles group.
Wow.
So, you know, here I am sitting with Mike, who I wouldn't have met if he hadn't been in New York temporarily, in this house on Orcas Island that I didn't even know existed before I met Mike. And that was in 1998 when I met him, and this is in 1999, and we're having dinner with these two couples. And I turned to Mike and said, you know, it can't hurt to just read the book. I'm just so curious about it, you know. And then I started to find out about how many people were reading this book and studying this book. And I thought, well, it might be difficult to get it. It was not difficult to get it. I ended up with 3 copies of it. One of which I kept and 2 of which I gave to other people that were interested in it. And Mike and I were our own study group. We read the whole course together, just reading little bits at a time. And then after we did that, which we did it over a couple of years, we didn't rush through it, you know. And then it was very helpful. We didn't realize that people were getting together in groups. We just organically became our own group. And, oh, read that line again, you know. What do you think that means? And all of that, you know.
Were you guys spiritual before this? Or spiritual, you know, not a bad word, but did you have any kind of other spiritual practices?
I was raised Jewish agnostic atheist. So,
like Helen.
So I would say, you know, up until about the age of 18, I pretty much thought God was a pretty stupid idea. When I was 18, I read the gospel for the first time. I had never picked it up before, and I was blown away. I was a hippie.
Sorry, which gospel?
The Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Okay.
Yeah, and I was a hippie. I was going to UC Berkeley, and I just loved the philosophy. Don't worry about tomorrow. Don't worry about what you're going to wear, what you're going to eat. It was basically. I'm not quite sure if I would call it spiritual exactly, but it was the first inroad for me of what I would call Jesus philosophy. And it really became a very important thing for me, and it still is. So so I'm not sure, to tell you the truth, whether I'm spiritual or not. I'm not sure what the definition is. I like theology, but I don't consider that to be spirituality. You know, I love to theorize and think about, well, you know, how would you define God? You know, what could be the reality of God? And I like the ideas that I attribute to Jesus, Buddha, and other figures, you know, that all of whom I see as presenting a lot of the same approaches. So, yeah, and I see the same, many of the same ideas reflected in the course as well.
Yeah. Well, I was raised Jewish with conservative Judaism with just somewhat observance, not Orthodox. When I grew up, we had an Orthodox rabbi and a conservative congregation, so I got some kind of mixed messages from that. It's like you could learn things, but then you couldn't do anything. And it was like, oh, it was weird. But I grew up with, you know, with Judaism and an appreciation of what that meant. I'm going to take a little water. But I don't think I would say I felt like a spiritual person. I didn't feel spirituality in the Judaism I grew up with.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't really have that. And I really needed it because I'm a pretty hypersensitive person, and I've always just watched things going on in the world, you know, violence and starvation and pain and suffering, and going, this doesn't make any sense to me. Why would a God of love create a world like this? This makes no sense to me. And I used to be angry at God, even not believing in God, not even having any sort of relationship with God, but being angry at God, you know. And
you have to be angry at someone.
Well, yeah. Let my ego express itself, you know. I am always upset for the reason I think.
I'm always upset, period. Now, I know that you guys are, well, you started as a piece, you sing a lot of songs about the environment, even before, well, you're a singer-songwriter before you started the Miracle Jingles. Tell us a bit about your evolution as a musician.
Oh, well, I started out, my family always sang, and actually being Jewish, we used to sing Hebrew folk songs around the dinner table on Friday nights, and I was little. You know, I was singing harmony when I was 3, and I didn't even know what harmony was, you know. But I was also very shy, so I didn't I sang in chorus in elementary school, and we had a wonderful teacher who, an old guy with a thick Russian accent, Mr. Hirschhorn, who used to come into our classroom. He used to roll this metal cart into the classroom once a week with all these instruments on it, and we had general music in the classroom in public school, which was very valuable to me. And then I started sang in the chorus. I started playing violin in 4th grade through public school music, and continued that all the way through high school into college. I sang in high school. In big chorus and a small chorus, and we had a double women's beauty shop quartet, and which was really a good group. It was the first time when they were auditioning us, and they would put 2 women with 2 other women to try to see who had the best blend of voices. And they put me with this one other girl that I'd known since elementary school, but we'd never sung together. And the 2 voices blended so perfectly that you saw 2 mouths moving and you heard one sound. And it sent a chill down my spine. And that for me was actually, I didn't realize it at the time, that was really a spiritual experience. That 2 people could come together and do something that was so close to being one, that it was one of the major experiences of my life, having that experience. And then in college I had a wonderful director and sang in a big group and a small group, and accompanied on piano in high school. And so I had all this musical background, but I didn't have the confidence to pursue a solo career. I didn't have the confidence myself. I was too nervous as a performer. And so I went into, at NYU, I studied a program called Music, Business, and Technology. I was actually a music and sound recording major with a little music business thrown in. But by the time I got to graduating college, I realized I needed to be a singer. I needed to be okay with people looking at me. So I went into counseling, actually, to get the confidence. I was already building confidence, but I didn't have enough to say, I am a soloist, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
which
it takes a lot of confidence. I mean, it takes a lot of confidence to do that, doesn't it? I think.
You know what is funny? The funny thing is it takes a strong ego.
I know, I'm dealing with this as well.
Yeah, but you know what the thing is about it is to say, look, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I look like. It doesn't matter if I make a quote-unquote mistake. I have something that is very much wanting to be communicated in this way through this voice, and I need to step up and find a way to allow it to happen. And because I did that, I studied classical voice, learned how to project my voice over an orchestra without a microphone, so now I can help other people with breathing, with finding their voices, with speaking in a way that people can hear, across the room. And I learned this fabulous music. And it's so funny because I didn't actually realize it at the time, because I don't remember Ken Wapnick actually going to concerts with Louis and me, but Ken Wapnick is such a huge classical music fan, opera fan. And he and I are both fanatics about Mozart and Puccini. And it was really fun to discover that about him. And he's saying, why don't you write miracle jingles that sound like Mozart? I'm like, well, because I want other people to be able to sing them, for one thing, and I just kind of, for me, the music comes out of the phrasing for me, it's like music just kind of comes out of that, and I use that. But it's kind of giving me a challenge to, try to write it in this style too, and see if I can blend that Mozart and Puccini with what I'm doing with the miracle jingle. So that is something that's yet to come.
How do you put a song together? Because each of your songs are about a particular lesson, and is it just certain sentences from? I have no idea. I listen to the songs, and obviously I know it comes from the text, but how do you piece it together? Is it? I know it's a bit of a vague question to ask, but what is that process like?
Well, the first lesson I set was lesson 220, which is there is no peace except the peace of God, and that was it for me. It's a review lesson, so it's very short, and it's just the title of the lesson sang itself. There is no peace except the peace of God. You know, and it just kind of flowed like that. And the lesson was so short that what I do is I just keep singing. I just keep singing through the words and seeing what comes out. And it won't always be the first thing that comes to me that I'll use. Often it is, but not always. But so, you know, the lessons, so many of them are just too long to make into short little songs. And so I just go through the whole text of that lesson. I see what jumps out at me as wanting to be said in that lesson. What really speaks to me is this line needs to be in there, you know. And then I just will print that out on a sheet with just the words on it, with like triple spacing between. I do it in separate lines, not in paragraphs, but in separate lines with spaces in between. And then I sit down at the piano, and as I sing through them, I sing through them first, come up with something that I like for melody, see how it flows, see if anything needs to change. Occasionally I will change a word, you know, like
you change the text of the course.
I do. Just like I'll take out a word. Like the word but. I know, it's horrible. It's like I've corrupted everything now. I did I can see peace instead of this. But I wanted to come back into that, and I actually, which I've really never added words before, but I added a couple words just to say, I think it's as we say, I can see peace instead of this. So I'm not changing the spirit of lesson. I'm mostly taking words out and not adding anything in. Sometimes I'll take out a but, you know, or something like that. Just because the most challenging thing is to have this flow as a piece of music. Because some of the lessons, as we know, are very poetic, and some are like, you know, New Age psychobabble, and they're just they're not poetry and they're not lyrics, but they have some things in them that for me need to be sung and really help when I sing them. So I just see, okay, how does the rhythm of this phrase work? And then what music comes out of that rhythm, then I'll write in the notes, then I'll sit at the piano and just kind of see what chords work nicely with that. And so most of them I've done at the piano. My first one I did on guitar, and I want to do more with guitar. But I find that the process for me has been mostly sitting down at the piano. And I have more facility with piano, so that's kind of how most of them have developed. But I'm just going to say one more thing about musical style, is that I grew up with a lot of folk music. Mike also grew up with a lot of folk music, so he has a lot of folk influence, country influence. I have a lot of folk influence and classical influence, and also Broadway show music. I went to a lot of shows. My parents took us to Broadway shows, you know, on Broadway when I was a kid, and operas, and I was in musicals and things. And so all of that is the influence for what comes out of the lessons for me.
And I just like to say that Sharon and I sing together, play together, and we have performed Miracle Jingles together. But the Miracle Jingles themselves for composition are 99% hers, and just a few comments I might have made here and there that she changed something because of it.
Mike and I, we met in 1998, and as you pointed out, we came together and we started doing music together. He had been, we met at a folk club in New York City, a folk music coffee house that was happening every Saturday night in Greenwich Village. And it's still happening on Saturday nights, it's just in a different location now. But it was one of these things where he was kind of looking for somebody to back him up. He plays guitar, he sings and writes songs, and I was playing fiddle and doing vocals in a folk band. And we met at this venue and started doing music together and found that we really worked really well together, and we really added to each other's songs. And doing environmental, this was an interesting thing because I was already an environmental educator, already using music since '93. And then I met Mike in '98, and we started doing that together. And we wrote a show, and we went into the New York City public schools. We would get hired by the Brooklyn Arts Council to go into the New York City public schools and do this show that we wrote about water and recycling and the food chain. And there was something, I loved doing it, and the kids were great, you know, and it was a great job to have. But there was something that was bothering me. This was in 98, 99. And the thing that was bothering me and kept nagging at me was, I'm like, why are we trying to twist ourselves into a pretzel to get people to care about the environment that supports our lives? And that's when I started realizing that I had a really deep spiritual need, because this does not make sense. It doesn't make sense that we destroy what supports our lives and that we don't care about it, you know, or that, I mean, it's interesting, the kids do to a great extent care, but at some point we lose that, you know, and what is that allows us, and so as I started reading the Course, and I'm like, oh, the ego, you know, the ego is just this thing that, it's weird because the ego's so attached to the body, and yet the body needs to be kept alive by the health of the environment. But in a sense, the ego's trying to kill the body. You know, the ego is trying to destroy us. The ego is this kind of negative force in us that is really trying to destroy us. So in a sense, it's insane, but in a sense, it makes sense how the ego is operating. You know, so having that perspective over the years, what my process has been. I'm just going on and on.
No. Okay? Well, I was gonna. This is actually something I wanted to ask you, and you know, certainly the ultimate message of the Course is that the world is made up. It's made up by the ego, right? I mean, Ken has this DVD series. It's The World, a Bad Idea. And you know, certainly you are singing songs that is of an activist slant. Is that be accurate to say?
Activist songs?
Is it more of an activist, like you're saying preserve the environment, please preserve the environment, you know,
right,
be concerned about the environment. So you know, I think here I'd just like to hear what your process is, because at the same time, I know this is this is a hardball, right? You are studying this text that is saying the world doesn't exist, so why do we bother saving it? Why do you sing these songs?
Yeah, well, you know, it's an interesting thing. It's this split mind. It's this duality. I do perceive that my spirit is in this body. You know, I perceive that. It's like what Helen said about the Course. I know it's true, but I don't believe it. It's like when I study the Course, it makes perfect sense to me, but I still don't experience it as my reality moment to moment. So as I still perceive myself in a body, in this apparent reality, do I do nothing? And I actually asked this question to Marianne Williamson when we had gone to a conference a few years ago, and she was the keynote. And I asked her, because I was about to leave the conference, get on a plane, and go to Washington, D.C., and spend the next 2 weeks lobbying for congressional oversight of the executive branch. This was back in 2008. And I said to her, you know, because she's an activist, you know, she's been very involved with the Peace Alliance. And I said to her, how do you harmonize this? How do you reconcile this? And
this is a very important question.
Yeah, and you know, I guess it's like what they say about enlightenment. Well, before you're enlightened, you chop wood and carry water, and after you achieve enlightenment, you chop wood and carry water. And that's pretty much what she was saying. She's saying you do what you have to do in this life, even as you are working on changing your mind to see things differently. You know, and you can do this without demonizing a person, without calling names, without, you know, with keeping in mind that you are creating this world. So you can do everything from a place of love, even as you're functioning in this world. And it seems to be, you know, opposing things. And it kind of is. But, you know, I think the most important thing for me is being aware of how my mind is operating. Am I pointing a finger at somebody and saying that person's evil? Because if I am, you know, I'm pointing a finger at myself. And that's the biggest one for me, because, you know, I do see a lot of really what I would classify as evil behavior, and what I define that as devoid of conscience and compassion. But I have to realize that I'm pointing a finger at myself. My sinless brother is my guide to peace, and my sinful brother is my guide to pain, and which I choose to see I will behold. And the reason I can say that is because I've sung it. It sticks in my mind, and I go, oh yeah, yeah.
I'll just say that the people that I imagine or consider to perhaps be some of the most advanced spiritual people in the world, I don't see them necessarily withdrawing and not trying to act. The Dalai Lama is an example. I mean, he's politically active. He has political causes that he does everything he can to pursue. He does it with a smile. He does it, I'm sure, with love in his heart, but he does it. And a saying from the gospel that comes to my mind is, seek first the kingdom of heaven, and everything else will be added to you. It doesn't say seek first the kingdom of heaven and then forget everything else. It says just get there first, and everything else is going to come with that. So that, my opinion is that the ideal is that we would be perfectly enlightened. We would know exactly what that means to say that the world doesn't exist, which I don't even think we understand now because we haven't experienced that. But I do believe that when we get there, it's not going to be the case that, oh, well, now we don't care about all that stuff. It's going to be the case that now we care about it even more. But when we work on it, we work on it with perfect equanimity, perfect love, and we're a lot more effective because of that.
Yeah.
I also think that the teaching of the Course, but of all the other spiritual teachings that I've ever encountered, is that you don't do it on your own say-so. There's a voice for God that tells you what to do. But in the case of a Gandhi or a Martin Luther King or somebody like that, the voice for God says, organize a march, protest, And those, I think that in those cases, at least the way I imagine them, I'm not inside their minds, they were doing that with less and less and less of an egotistical view, and more and more of just a view of what's good for the whole.
In the last decade and some, I was out there in the streets with thousands and thousands of people trying to stop the Iraq invasion. And even before that, with Afghanistan, with 9/11, I'm from New York City, and I had this attachment to what goes on in New York City, and I have attachment to the World Trade Center because everything I ever did in and around those buildings had to do with music and A Course in Miracles, because Louis had dinners in Helen's memory in Windows on the World. And I did music in the World Trade Center Plaza, which was all about celebration and community coming together and being together and experiencing joy with each other. And after 9/11 happened, I won't tell you my first thought because it was big-time judgment, and I don't know that I'm absolutely right about it. That was my first thought. But my second thought was, here we go. Here we go. This is going to be... I knew environmentally things were going to be bad in terms of energy, but I was, here we go with war and demonizing people and all this. And I think if I hadn't had the Course, I would have completely self-destructed over the last 12, 13 years, because the Course allows me to say, whoa, take a step back. There's something else operating here, and that's where you need to come from. And so I've been practicing that, and I'm not there yet. It's not my habit necessarily, but I have changed to a large degree the way I communicate, because I'm really conscious of demonizing other people now, and it's so easy to do it. And I'm saying, okay, how is my mind creating this situation? How am I co-creating this? I'm never upset for the reason I think. What does that mean? What is that? How is this going back to my feeling this belief that I'm separate from God and anybody else and anything else in all of creation. It's been extremely helpful just to say, whoa, you know, take a step back and say what else is going on here.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely echo those thoughts. I mean, we live in a world that's really, it's really screwed up in many ways, right? I mean, and I take the tube here in London, and every single day there's negative news on the front page. Every single day. It doesn't stop. And if I didn't have the course and wasn't centered in this practice of seeing that, you know, because I blame the people behind the newspapers. It's like, why are you creating all this fear? And when I do that, I know I'm making the fear real. And when I am centered in the practice of forgiveness and seeing that, you know, this is all self-directed to keep them away from me, then, you know, I don't need to be affected by those words. They're just words, and I can just laugh at them. But yeah, I mean, if I didn't have the course, my God.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for being with us. It's been a great conversation. Anything you'd like to share with us? Else you'd like to share with us? Otherwise, you know, we're gonna. I tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna send put a link to your website, because there are already samples to your music, and people can just go to the website and check out your music there. And I will also be in Ireland selling Sharon's CDs, the Miracle Jingles, and you can also buy them on their website, I believe. You want to tell us about that website?
Yeah, it's called miraclejingles.com, and I called them Miracle Jingles because, in my experience, music jingles help us to remember things. They stick in your mind, and that was my vision for these songs, to really help us remember the lessons throughout the day, and have fun with them. So, and really get them on a deeper level because of the music too, you know. So it's miraclejingles.com. There's a new CD out, which I know you are very well aware of, Ken. I really appreciate that. It's got 18 songs on it, and it's called Miracle Jingles This Holy Instant. And it will very soon, in the next couple of days, be available also for digital download as a full album, in addition to buying the physical CD and downloading individual songs.
Very good. Very good. Yeah, I cannot. Adding music, you know, I mean, this is something that Earl Purdy does as well. I don't know if you guys know of this. Earl Purdy, he lives in Denver, if I'm not wrong, and he sings ACIM as well, and I mean, it makes a big difference, because music, you know, I mean, music is just makes something so much more. Why am I talking to you? But I'm telling you about music. But it helps. It really, really helps. And I think actually another thought came to me the other day is that, you know, a lot of it was written in iambic pentameter, and Shakespeare wrote his plays to be performed, not to be read. I mean, yes, to be read, but they were really, you know, to be performed. And so this is to me a great opening. I feel such a big precognition almost that there's going to be a lot more art, especially with the spoken word and music with A Course in Miracles. And I'm just very, very happy to see this happening.
Yeah.
I definitely find that having it as music helps me repeat it during the day. I have a very hard time remembering to do it once an hour or whatever it is, but if it's a little song that I like, it just repeats itself in my head. It really works for me.
It's funny that you mentioned the iambic pentameter, because I started when I was going over the lessons for the second time, and I started singing a bunch of them to the tune of The Farmer and the Cowman from the musical Oklahoma. And it started with, "Oh, the peace of Christ is born in me today." And I realized how many I could sing to that melody, and after a while I'm like, okay, I got to use some other melodies here, you know.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, I am going to listen to your songs on the way to my psychic class. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Ken. This has been great.
We will reverse the way you see by not allowing sight to stop before it sees. We will not wait before the shield of hate, but lay down and gently lift our eyes in silence to behold the Son of God. He waits for you behind your grievances, and as you lay them down, He will appear in shining light.
You call me out upon the waters, the great unknown, where feet may fail. And there I find you in the mystery, in oceans deep. My faith will stand, and I will call upon your name, and keep my eyes above the waves. When oceans rise, my soul will rest in your embrace, for I am yours. You are mine. Your grace abounds in deepest waters. Your sovereign hand will be my guide. Where feet may fail and fear surrounds me, you never fail, and you won't stop now. So I will call upon your name, and keep my eyes above the waves. When oceans rise, my soul will rest in your embrace, for I am yours, and you are mine. Spirit, lead me where my trust is without borders. Let me walk upon the waters. would call me. Take me deeper than my feet could ever wander, and my faith would be made stronger in the presence of my Savior. Spirit, lead me where my trust is without borders. Let me walk upon the waters wherever you would call me. Take me deeper than my feet could ever wander, and my faith will be made stronger in the presence of my Savior. Spirit, lead me where my trust is without borders. Let me walk upon the waters wherever you would call me. Take me deeper than my feet could ever wander, and my faith will be made stronger in the presence of my Savior. Spirit, lead me where my trust is without borders. Let me walk upon the waters wherever you would call me. Take me deeper than my feet could ever wander, and my faith will be made stronger in the presence of my Savior. Spirit, lead me where my trust is without borders. Let me walk upon the waters wherever you would call me. Take me deeper than my feet could ever wander, and my faith will be made stronger in the presence of my Savior. Spirit, lead me where my trust is without borders. Let me walk upon the waters wherever you would call me. And take me deeper than my feet could ever wander, and my faith would be made stronger in the presence of my Savior. I will call upon your name. Keep my eyes above the waves. My soul will rest in your embrace. I am yours, and you are mine.
Okay, you're all very welcome back, everybody, to the second part of this morning. I hope you'll all enjoyed your tea and coffee. Our next speaker this morning, okay, I prepared a few words. Last year, I introduced the next speaker by saying he needed no introduction. So this year, I'm going to take the opportunity to say a few words about him. And I've prepared a few words, and he doesn't know what I've prepared. Okay. A few people have commented that they don't know the ACIM Michael, or that they know the ACIM Michael, but they don't know the real Michael. But what they don't realise is that this is the real Michael. On Wednesday night up at his house, he was winding Ken up as usual, and he joked, "You should be lucky, you should be glad to be part of my dream." And you know what? I couldn't be happier to be a part of his journey from day one, as it's the most amazing transformation I've ever seen in my life. I have a little bit of undoing to do myself, but I will get there. Before the course came into our lives, and I'm going to put myself into the equation here, because there's no point in Michael taking all the blame. We were the ego personified. We were possessed. We were addicts in every sense of the word. We were addicted to everything this world has to offer, both good and bad. Michael's favourite quote was, "Nothing exceeds like excess," and we took it to the max. If you can picture a tornado, that's what Michael was like. Don't get me wrong, Michael always had a heart of gold and would do anything for anybody, but at the cost of his own peace. I have Michael and the course to thank today, because without them, I wouldn't be standing here in front of you 3 months and 3 years and 3 months clean and sober. Michael still takes a very odd pint of Guinness, but we will forgive him for that. When Ken asked him the other night, "What's your favourite part about your ego?" he said, "It's my dream and I can do whatever I want." And this is so true, because you, and only you, are in control of your thoughts, feelings, and behaviour. And only you can determine the outcome. So myself and Michael, we took back control. We're back in the driving seat again. As for Ken's question about what my favourite part of the ego is, it wouldn't have allowed me to have done all the crazy and wonderful things that I've done. So without further ado, it is my privilege and honour to introduce my best friend in this world, Michael Murray.
So embarrassed. That's the second time I've got embarrassed. Nick embarrassed me here on Friday night, and I had just said to Ken on Thursday night, I don't get embarrassed anymore. And it's Spirit's way of saying, yeah, we'll see about that. But before we start, I would like to do a song for you. Yeah, but it's not me, thank God. I'd like to invite up a very good friend of mine, Martina Keane, and she sang a song down in Wexford when David Hoffmeister was here, and it was absolutely beautiful, and I asked Martina would she share that with you today. So give it a warm welcome.
This song is called Gentle Spirit. It's a duet. I have lived my life in fear, gentle spirit. I have wandered aimlessly for some time.
Many people could not see how much it bothered me. I felt so sad inside. Where were you when I cried? I was by your side, close by. I loved you. I was in your heart, but you didn't realize. Where were you when I called? I told you that I loved you. Where were you when I called? You didn't realize. I have felt alone, not knowing where to turn to. I have closed my eyes, afraid that I might see all the beauty inside me. I did mine so foolishly. It left me sad inside. Where were you all that time? I was by your side, close by. I loved you. I was in your heart, but you didn't realize. Where were you when I called? I told you that I loved you. Where were you when I called? You didn't realize. Now that you are here, you know I'd never leave you. Everything you are, I carved with my own hands. There was no fear in me. I always knew you'd see. So I waited patiently to hold you in my arms. Hold me in your arms. I am flying with the angels. Hold me in your arms. I am happy in my bed. Hold me in your arms. I have so much to live for. Hold me in your arms. I am loved just like you said.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. I can't believe that a year has passed already since last year. It's just flown in. Thank you, Nick, for coming. Carrie, John, Janet, Ken, and thank you, Diane. And we're thank you for that introduction. Okay. So basically, the name of the conference this year was Undoing the Ego, which is also the same as Nick's website. And also a subtitle in your book, Take Me to Truth. So what does undoing the ego mean in practical terms? I'm going to try to give you a little idea of what that means. How many people in here doing the course say 5 years? Up your hands. More than 5 years?
It's very good, you know. I like it. Makes you look younger, you know. Maybe 10 years back, you know.
Of the world. We were addicted to everything this world has to offer, both good and bad. Michael's favourite quote was, "Nothing exceeds like excess," and we took it to the max. If you can picture a tornado, that's what Michael was like. Don't get me wrong, Michael always had a heart of gold and would do anything for anybody, but at the cost of his own peace. I have Michael and the course to thank today, because without them, I wouldn't be standing here in front of you 3 months and 3 years and 3 months clean and sober. Michael still takes a very odd pint of Guinness but we would forgive him for that. When Ken asked him the other night, what's your favourite part about your ego? He said, it's my dream and I can do whatever I want. And this is so true because you, and only you, are in control of your thoughts, feelings and behaviour. And only you can determine the outcome. So myself and Michael, we took back control. We're back in the driving seat again. As for Ken's question about what my favourite part of the ego is, it wouldn't have allowed me to have done all the crazy and wonderful things that I've done. So without further ado, it is my privilege and honour to introduce my best friend in this world, Michael Murray.
So embarrassed. Second time I've got embarrassed. Nick embarrassed me here on Friday night, and I had just said to Ken on Thursday night, I don't get embarrassed anymore. Saying, yeah, we'll see about that. But before we start, I would like to do a song for you. Yeah. But it's not me, thank God. I'd like to invite up a very good friend of mine, Martina King, and she sang a song down in Wexford when David Hoffmeister was here, and it was absolutely beautiful, and I asked Martina would she share that with you today. So give it a warm welcome.
This song is called Gentle Spirit. Situation. I have lived my life in fear, gentle spirit. I have one that aimlessly for some time. Many people could not see how much it bothered me. I felt so sad inside. Where were you when I cried? I was by your side, close by. I loved you. I was in your heart, but you didn't realize. Where were you when I called? I told you that I loved you. Where were you when I called? You didn't realize. I have felt alone, not knowing where to turn to. I have closed my eyes, afraid that I might see all the beauty inside me. I did mine so foolishly. It left me sad inside. Where were you all that time? I was by your side, close by. I loved you. I was in your heart, but you didn't realize. Where were you when I called? I told you that I loved you. Where were you when I called? You didn't realize. Now that you are here, you know I'd never leave you. Everything you are, I carved with my own hands. There was no fear in me. I always knew you'd see. So I waited future be to hold you in my arms. Hold me in your arms. I am flying with the angels. Hold me in your arms. I am happy in my bed. Hold me in your arms. I have so much to live for. Hold me in your arms. I am loved just like you said.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. I can't believe that a year has passed already since last year. It's just flown in. Thank you, Nick, for coming. Carrie, John, Janet, Ken, and thank you, Diane. I never thanked you for that introduction. Okay. So basically, the name of the conference this year was Undoing the Ego, which is also the same as Nick's website, and also subtitle in your book, Take Me to Truth. So what does undoing the ego mean in practical terms? I'm going to try to give you a little idea of what that means. How many people in here doing the course say 5 years? Up your hands.
Very nice.
Hello, Joel. How are you? Good to see you again. Always a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Well, you all know, Joy, you've got about 8 bathrooms. Can't you just go use another one?
Ew, I don't share bathrooms with boys.
Yeah, but you could look at it as a revenge ploy, you know? You go in and stink their bathroom out.
Oh, yeah, good point. I guess boys are kind of clever. Okay, I'll be right back. Oh my God, that's what I get for saying mean things about boys. Jim's in the other bathroom. Guess I gotta hold my poop. No, actually, there's 3. Okay, I'll walk to the other end of the house to see if that one's cleared. Kate and Alex are here, so they're probably in there.
All 3 of them shitting at the same time.
Well, it is morning.
We've got 3 toilets. Is that one for pissing, one for shitting, and one for shagging?
It's one for peeing, one for pooping, and one for both. You know, when you need a pee and poop at the same time.
Or it could be one for peeing, one for pooing, and one for bathing. I mean, there's no need for it, 3 fucking bathrooms. We have to all share ours. If we all have a shit at the same time, yeah, we're all squatting on the back.
Darcy's showering. I could sneak in. I could sneak in while she's showering.
She'll come out all like, and then see her mum's poo face.
Well, Joy, there's always a paper bag.
I would probably choose a plastic one over a paper one since.
No, but there's benefits with the paper one. See, if you have a neighbor you don't like, you just roll it up, put it on the doorstep, set it on fire, and walk away. And they'll stamp it out. And of course, ooh, poo on their shoe.
Something tells me you've done that since. I'll wait until the day before I move to do that.
Well, that's mighty neighborly of you. Very neighborly. God looks down upon you, Joy, and says you're doing wonderful things. Wonderful things. Love thy neighbor.
Well, that's what I get for not having a colored neck. I can't see Yuno's cam anymore. My bad. Sorry, Yuno.
I don't know what you're talking about. I can see it. And I'm a blackneck. Now let's get you to do something in front of the camera, and I will tell you, I'll prove that I can see it. He's waving his hand. Okay. He says, I'm number 1. Number 1, yes. What else? I mean, I could just be randomly saying, he's giving me the peace sign. What else? What else do we have in store? Come on, get creative now, man. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. That was the rock. I had the paper. Oh, yes, dancing feet. Dancing feet on the table. Oh, he's doing the Michael Jackson moonwalk right now. The moonwalk. Yes, there you go. Chum on. Chum on.
Four days, my sense of self was radically not what?
There is consciousness. There must be something to be conscious of. Is there not?
Not necessarily. That's the normal way of thinking about it. I mean, the conversation we're having must necessarily take place in consciousness.
We're right. So these people next door are also sweats.
This is the word.
The ultimate
kind of person, which is
everything you are, I carved with my own hands.
interested in what Dr. Weaver said about the related children, because we have an absolutely now in what Dr. Weaver said about the attitude, because we have an absolutely extraordinary attitude in our culture and in various other cultures, high civilizations, to the new member of human society. Instead of saying frankly to children, how do you do, welcome to the human race, we are playing a game, and we are playing by the following rules. We want to tell you what the rules are so that you'll know your way around, and when you've understood what rules we're playing by, when you get older you may be able to invent better ones. But instead of that, we still retain an attitude to the child that he is on probation. He's not really a human being. He's a candidate for humanity. And therefore, to preserve the role of parent or to preserve the role of teacher, you have to do what they do in the Arthur Murray School of Dancing, which is that they string you out. They don't tell you all the story about dancing, because if they tell you, you'll learn in a few weeks and go away. And you'll know it, but instead they want to keep you on. And in just this way, we have a whole system of preparation of the child for life, which always is preparation and never actually gets there. In other words, we have a system of schooling which starts with grades. And we get this little creature into the thing with a kind of, come on, kitty, 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 and we get it always preparing for something that's going to happen. So you go into nursery school as preparation for kindergarten. You go to kindergarten as preparation for first grade. Grades till you get to high school. And then comes a time when maybe if we can get you fascinated enough with the system, you go to college. And then when you go to college, into graduate school and stay a perpetual student. And go back to be a professor and just go round and round in the system. But in the ordinary way, they don't encourage quite that. They want you after graduate school or after graduation, commencement as it's called, beginning, to get out into the world with a capital W. And so you know, you've been trained for this and now you've arrived. But when you get out into the world at your first sales meeting, they've got the same thing going again, because they want you to make that quota. And if you do make it, they give you a higher quota. And come along about 45 years of age, maybe you're vice president. And you suddenly it dawns on you that you've arrived. With a certain sense of having been cheated, because it is just the same as things. Life feels the same as it always felt. You are conditioned to be in desperate need of a future. So the final goal that this culture prepares for us is called retirement. When you will be a senior citizen, and you will have the wealth and the leisure to do what you've always wanted, but you will at the same time have impotence, a rotten prostate, and false teeth, and no energy. So the whole thing, from beginning to end, is a hoax. And furthermore, some other aspects of the hoax, just for kicks. are involved, by and large, in a very strange business system which divides your day into work and play. Work is something that everybody does, and you get paid to do it because nobody could care less about doing it. In other words, it is so abominable and boring that you can get paid for doing it. So abominable and boring business system which divides your day into work and play. Work is something that everybody does, and you get paid to do it because nobody could care less about doing it. In other words, it is so abominable and boring that you can get paid for doing it. And the object of doing this is to make money. And the object of making money is to go home and enjoy the money that you've made. When you've got it, you see, you can buy pleasure. And this is a complete fallacy. Money never can buy pleasure, because all pleasures depend upon not putting down a symbol of power, money, but upon disciplines. In other words, now in Sausalito, where I live, we have pier after pier full of fine boats, motor cruisers, sailing boats, all sorts of things, which nobody ever uses, because they've been bought on the falling for the ad line that if you buy this thing, you will have pleasure, you will have status, you will have something or other. But then they suddenly discover that having a boat requires the art of seamanship, which is difficult but rewarding. Therefore, nobody has time for it, and all they do with the boats is have cocktail parties on them at the weekend. And in myriads of ways, you see, you go home, we're the wealthiest people in the world, and you would think that having earned your money and go home, you would have an orgy and a great banquet and so on, but nobody does. They eat a TV dinner, which is just a warmed-over airline food, and then they spend the evening looking at an electronic reproduction of life, which is divided from you by a glass screen. You can't touch it, you can't smell it, it has no color, except maybe if you're very wealthy it has color. But by and large it doesn't, and you look at this thing, and you have a strange feeling, you see, that the whole procession of grades that was leading to something in the future, to that goody, that gorgeous, voluptuous goody that was lying at the end of the line, it never quite turns up. And this is because from the beginning, we condition our children to a defective sense of identity. And this, I think, is the most important feature in the whole thing, that a child grows into our culture, and as I repeat, this is not only Western culture, it's equally true in Japan, an area of which I can speak with some first-hand knowledge. We condition the child in a way that sets the child a life problem which is insoluble, and therefore attended by constant frustration. And as a result of this problem being insoluble, it is perpetually postponed to the future, so that one is educated to live in the future, and one is not ever educated to live today. Now I'm not saying that, you know, the philosophy of carpe diem, let us drink today for tomorrow we die, and not make any plans. What I am saying is that making plans for the future is of use only to people who are capable of living completely in the present. Because when you make plans for the future and they mature, if you can't live in the present, you are not able to enjoy the future for which you have planned. Because you will have in you a kind of syndrome, whereby happiness consists in promises and not in direct and immediate realizations. So long as you feel that tomorrow it will come. You see, on a dollar bill, that always says promise to pay. It's a promissory note.
It's just a pure sea of pure
nobody
oneness,
ever
and
can
it's
come
limitless, and that's the state of heaven.
Okay.
Not
because the promise is tomorrow, and as say in common speech, tomorrow never comes. But everything you will get it tomorrow, and you can enjoy yourself today so long as tomorrow looks bright. But Confucius once said, a man who understands the Tao in the morning can die contentedly in the evening. That is to say, if you have ever lived one complete moment, you can be ready to die. You can say, well, that was it. That was the good. That I've had it. You see? But if you never live that complete moment, death is always the guy who comes into a bar at 2 o'clock in the morning and says, time, gentlemen, please. And you say, oh, please, one more drink. Not yet. Because you haven't really had the feeling that you ever had it, that you ever got there. Now then, the main factor in this kind of conditioning seems to me to be the way in which we give children a sense of identity. And in this respect, we do something extraordinarily odd. We define a person. Consider this for a moment. Harry Emerson Fosdick once wrote a book called How to Be a Real Person. And this, in translation, means how to be a genuine fake. Because the word person means a mask. The persona, the mask worn by actors in Greco-Roman drama, which was a megaphone-mouthed mask, so that through which persona, the sound goes. And so at the beginning of a play script, you will see the dramatis personae, the persons of the drama, that is to say, the list of the masks that the actors are going to wear. But the word has so fallen from its original use that to be a person has come to mean your real identity, your true, sincere, honest self, the person. And we say of someone then, he's a real person. That means he's genuine. But we have confused organism with the person, with, that is to say, its role. And we have defined the role of the person in such a way that it condemns everybody so defined to perpetual frustration. Now, how is this so? When you are a child, your parents, your peers, your teachers and aunts are very anxious to define you. And what they are going to tell you is that you are a free agent. You are responsible. That is to say, you are an independent first cause. You are an origin of actions and thoughts and feelings. And we can praise you or blame you for what you do. And above all, we require of you that you love us. You love your parents, you love your brothers and sisters. As Fred said, a child is not allowed to say, to let that baby sister go back where it came from, because that is not nice. All nice children love their brothers and sisters and their parents. Not, of course, because we tell you to do so, but because you would want to do it yourself. You see now here what's going on. You are required and commanded to do certain things which will be appreciated only if you do them voluntarily. Now, you see, when your identity is defined by society, you cannot resist it. You don't have the knowledge, you don't have the wisdom, you don't have the resources to understand that something's being put over on you. You cannot but help believe the definition of you as a free agent. But you believe yourself to be a free agent as a result of not being free. That is to say, of being hopelessly unable to resist society's identification of you. So in the whole sense of our personality, there is a contradiction. And that is why the sense of ego, of being oneself, is simultaneously a sense of frustration. The feeling of I-ness, so far as most people are concerned, is a feeling of tension between the eyes and behind them. Trigant Barreau, a remarkable man, did some studies about two kinds of awareness, which he called ditension and cotension. Ditentive is the normal kind of awareness that we have, of being a skin-encapsulated ego, of being separate from the environment, and of confronting an external objective world, of which we are the independent observer. And this myth, he said, goes hand in hand with a physical state, which is a state of tension between the eyes. Then he defined cotension as another form of awareness, which you might call a certain kind of openness, in which you realize that the external world is just as much you as anything inside your skin, and that you are not something that comes into this world on probation and doesn't really belong. This is, you see, the attitude that we foster in the child, but that you are something not that comes into the world, but comes out of it, in the same way as a flower comes out of a plant or a fruit comes out of a tree. That you are an expression, you as a human being are a symptom of nature, and that you really belong there, and that furthermore your actual self, what is finally and fundamentally you, is not a separate and lonely part of the world, but the real you is the world itself, everything that there is, expressing itself as this particular organism here, and as you look across the room, as all these other organisms in their here and now, we're all tits on the same sow, if I may put it so crudely. Or if you want to put it more poetically, rays from the same sun. Now, now, children very often ask their parents, you see, as a result of having been given this funny sense of identity, Mommy, who would I have been if my father had been someone else? This is a very common child's question, because the child gets the message from the parents using the English language, the French language, the German language, or whatever, that I am somewhat in my body. You gave me my body, but who am I to whom this was given? You see? You can say to a girl in our culture, darling, you're absolutely gorgeous. You're so beautiful. And she says, how like a man, all you think about is bodies. I may be beautiful, but that's my parents gave me my body. But I want to be admired for myself and not for my chassis. And this poor girl is a chauffeur. She's alienated from her body. And she doesn't take any credit, doesn't assume any responsibility for being what she is physically, and this is, of course, as much true of men as of women. It is a common cultural attitude. We say, I have a body. We don't say, I am a body. We feel a very sharp distinction, in other words, between our consciousness, which is a kind of focused attention, together with all those actions that we are able to perform voluntarily, on the one hand, and on the other hand, everything both within us and outside us that seems merely to happen to us. Consider for a moment breathing. Do you breathe or are you breathed? You can feel it either way. If you become conscious of breathing, you get the sense that you are doing it in the same way as thinking or walking. But if you forget about it, it goes on. And you don't have to do it at all. That is why breathing exercises are fundamental in all meditation practices in the Orient. because you can understand through breathing and through the experience of breathing that there really is no differentiation between the involuntary experience and the voluntary experience. But when you set up game rules whereby you identify all that you do voluntarily with you and all that happens involuntarily with the other, with what happens to you, and then you put a gulf between these things, not realizing, and this is the secret that is never given away, that self and other are inseparable. Just in the same way that the front and the back of a coin are different but identical. There's all one coin. So in exactly the same way, the experience of self and the experience of other are mutually necessary. You wouldn't know what you meant by self unless you knew other. You wouldn't know other unless you knew what you meant by self. They are therefore polarities, like north and south pole of the magnet. They're inseparable. But that secret doesn't get out because civilized language and thought ignores the fact that all classes, all logical classes, and words are after all labels on classes, are so constructed that they are intellectual boxes, and every box which has an inside also must have an outside. And we think that insides exist apart from outsides, and outsides apart from insides. We don't realize that although they are opposed, they go together. And you see, that is the secret of the whole thing. That is what the child is not let onto. And so instead, the child is defined as a stranger in the earth, and not as a symptom of the earth. And as a result of that, we have the vast, terrifying social problem of alienation, of feeling that the world outside human skins is unfeeling, fully automatic stupidity, which we have to fight and dominate. Otherwise, it will swallow us up and condemn us to the imaginary terrors of everlasting nothingness. Now, I feel in a way that when we say, I wasn't responsible for being born. You know, one of the great problems of psychotherapy today is passing the buck. By a kind of superficial Freudian attitude, you, as a juvenile delinquent, are not responsible for what you do because it was your parents who fouled you up. And so they, instead of prosecuting the children, we ought to prosecute the parents. So they haul the parents in, but the parents say, I know we're mixed up, but that was the fault of our parents. And it all goes back to a guy called Adam, and he blamed it on Eve, and she blamed it on the serpent. And God said about the serpent, I'm not responsible for the serpent. He did it on his own, you see, because the serpent is the left hand of God. And what we call God, Jehovah, Jesus Christ, etc., that's the right hand. But Jesus Christ sits on the right hand of the Father. Nobody ever says who sits on the left. Because let not your left hand know what your right hand doeth. See? My temper got the better of me. I didn't really mean it. My lusts got the better of me. I'm really not responsible for them. They were given to me. You see? Now, all this idea that you see, we're laboring under a definition of the self, which is extremely limited. So that we, for example, acknowledge thinking and walking and doing things with our hands and speaking, but we don't acknowledge that we are growing our hair and beating our hearts. That is defined as happening to us. Birth is defined as something that happened to us. And we feel that was my father's responsibility. He had a dirty gleam in his eye and went after my mother and so on, and he did it.
Excuse me, we'll like to interrupt you on taking that up.
Yes, all right.
Because there is this point about responsibility. And one way of looking at it is that we are really not responsible for what happened to our past. We are responsible for what happened to beginning right now.
Yes.
So we're not responsible for what happened to us before.
No, but you see, I feel this is a hoax. You see, look, let's suppose now that we'll follow the theory of those astronomers who maintain that the universe is not a steady state thing, but there was an enormous bang billions of years ago, and from this bang all the galaxies were thrown out into space. Now, then you look back at this as something which happened in the past and which is, as it were, the cause of the present. But what I would say is that bang is still going on. When you take a lovely bottle of black ink and throw it as hard as you can at a white wall and smash it, all it goes swoosh like this, you know. And in the center it's dense, but on the out fringes it has all kinds of interesting curlicues. And that's all, you see, one splash. Now, in the same way, we are at the moment sitting in this room and talking and thinking. We are all the little curlicues out on the end of the original cosmic bang. We are it. We are not effects of it. Because to think that you are separate from the Big Bang is simply a matter of definition. It's a way of talking. We separate events from each other in order to measure them. That is to say, the notion that there are distinct things and distinct events in the physical world is a calculus. It is like pretending that a curve is a series of points. And so, in the same way, supposing you have a wiggle. Now, you've got a wiggly line, you see, and the whole world is wiggly lines. Clouds, mountains, people, rivers, everything is wiggly lines. Now, how much of a wiggly line is a wiggle? You see, what is one wiggle? And you can see that this is a very arbitrary matter. So we see the more obvious wiggles in the world, and we define them as people. Each of you is a wiggle, and this wiggle is you.
I'd like to
Yeah.
ask you about one wiggle. What about the wiggle of the child fighting to get out of the uterus through the birth canal and be born?
Yeah.
How do you view that in the general?
Well, that's simply a repetition of the original explosion.
Is he a participant right then and there?
Of course.
Or
Of course.
do you view this is a natural expression of the entire Earth?
Yes, exactly. This is a repetition of the original explosion. Go, man. You see? And
So then responsibility would start with...
it starts with...
birth, really.
It starts before birth.
Already acting.
Because the definition of yourself as beginning only... When shall we put it? Where did you begin? When? At parturition? At conception? Or when you were an evil gleam in your father's eye? When did you begin? Let's go back. You began on the first dawn of creation, whenever that was. That because you did it. See, everybody's pretending they didn't. And you can kind of play a game. This is what gurus do, you see, Zen masters and so on. They give you a funny look. And you say, well, I have a problem. Please, teacher, I'm this little me, and I'm caught in this thing called life. I got mixed up with all these tubes and nerves, and it's uncomfortable, and I don't know what to do about it because it's all going to fall apart. And so the teacher says, like, whether it's Sri Ramana Maharshi or whether it's a Zen teacher, who is mixed up in this thing? Who are you? Who asked this question? Show me. Find yourself. You say, well, I'm just me. And he says, oh, come on. You? Don't make me laugh. See, so eventually the person feels very bugged because the teacher is calling his bluff. And you are not the Lord God in the Jehovah sense of Christianity, who is the cosmic technocrat, who knows all the answers to everything. But you are the Lord God in the Hindu sense, who is different, because the Hindu God doesn't know how he does everything, in the sense that he doesn't translate it into words. He can't explain it, because there's no point in explaining it. You open and close your hand without knowing how you do it, and yet you surely do it. But you can't put it into words, how it happens, unless you're a physiologist. And then even so, it doesn't help you much to open and close your hand better than anybody else. See? So you do know how to do it, but you can't explain it. Because words are a very clumsy way of talking about something which, from the standpoint of words and the standpoint of logic, is a very, very complicated process. So if you ask Shiva how he dances the cosmos, he would say, I just do it. Like you say, well, I just open and close my hand. So the Guru says to you, listen, Shiva, don't kid me, you know, that you're not Shiva. But you're just this thing called Mary Smith or John Doe, etc. Ha ha. And everybody says, uh-oh, you can't admit that, because, you see, if I did admit that, I would have to be considered responsible, and I would be considered crazy, and I would feel that I really was one with this whole... And that's, you see, the secret that we don't let the children know. In well, not in all, but in many cultures, initiation into manhood consists precisely in finding that out. They finally get around to saying to you, after all, you know, we've been pretending all this time that you were just this little boy or little girl, but now we're going to let you in on the real story. But not in this culture. That's the problem. In this culture, we do have an initiation into adult life called psychoanalysis. And everybody is ruined by education. And then this can't be helped because they have to know all the conventions. And just like to preserve beef, you make it salt. And when you're going to cook it, you have to soak the salt out of it. So in the same way, to make a child a tolerable companion, you have to... yeah, it's going still. You have to be salted with education. Then when that mixes up all your natural instincts, you have to be psychoanalyzed in order to be straightened out and cured of your education, cured of your upbringing. But the difficulty is, you see, that the assumptions of psychoanalysis and of a good deal of psychotherapy in various types and schools do not include the insight that you are basically the works. They have, in other words, that's simply because historiography originated in the 19th century and therefore still carries on the 19th century assumptions about the nature of the universe. And all those 19th century assumptions about the universe were a put-down. They included the myth, you see, that the universe is actually blind energy. It is essentially stupid. And man's intelligence and man's values and man's consciousness are a fluke in the world. And so this myth is that the world, man, in other words, is not a symptom of the world, like an apple tree is a symptom. An apple is a symptom of an apple tree. But man is a fluke, a kind of a joke, a chance. And that to be realistic and hard-headed and factual, in other words, a strong man, you must realize that you are caught in this trap and face the facts. So then, this, for the West at any rate, this 19th century philosophy of man's place in the world and his identity has become the most plausible common sense. In other words, people say they are Christians, they say they are Jews, they say they are Theosophists, Vedantists, Buddhists, etc., but they are not. Because they know in their heart of hearts whatever they choose to believe, that the world is as described in the 19th century myth, because that's become our common sense. If people were Christians, they'd be screaming in the streets. They're not screaming in the streets. They'd be taking full-page ads. They'd be sponsoring TV programs about the tremendous urgency of this Christian bit, and they're not doing anything of the kind. A few Jehovah's Witnesses are doing it, but even they are fairly polite when they come to your front door. They show no urgency, really. So they don't believe it, because the plausible myth of our age is the myth of the fully automatic model of the universe, in which man is a fluke, and which he doesn't really belong. He's a chance operation, and when you're dead, and that's all there is to it. And that's so plausible that really almost everyone believes in it, without realizing that it is made out of whole cloth. It's nothing but a myth. It's a way of looking at things, a way of striking an attitude. But this is the powerful, powerful idea that governs our children, and that gives us our sense of basic identity, alienation, so that we live always in expectation of a future, which of course never happens. Well, it's enough for me for the moment.